A lot of you question whether or not I'm here for truth. Question if I was a real flat earther or not. Well, the reality of it is there are no flat earthers. There are only globe deniers. Every flat earth evidence really is just a globe phenomenon, explained by the globe. Don't you see that? See, I'm still here for truth. Now there are certain people in my way. You can deny evidence, but you can't deny truth. Flat Earth, you ask a lot of questions. I think it's time you answer some now. What is up, party people? All right, have a good one. It's gonna be fun. Those of you who don't know, I am no longer using Discord. Way too many damn problems, way too many damn issues with setting it up and everyone hearing each other, so it just became a big cutoff factor. So we're done doing that. So, but we are back to meets. So I'm gonna go ahead and share the link, get that out there right away, and I'll say what's up to everyone as I do this. I see you out there, Pure. What's up, man? Shit, we had rain all last week. Today's our final dry out day. We'll be back tomorrow. Let me see who's in the chat. All right. What's up, GPS? What is up, RT96? What is up, Kit? What up, Sean? What up, Sean? Both Sean Hawkins and Smith. What's up, Vrumidala? What's up, G Hammer? What is up, Crow? I see you out there, man. What's up, C4? What is up? Let's see who's out there. Hey, Amy, how you doing? And what's up, Lori? What's up, Brainery? What's up, Mr. Victor? How you doing, sir? What's up, Tusk? What's up, Chris? And I think that is almost it. When we get down there, I'm getting everyone into the chat right now. I'll be there in a second. Let me see what else. What's up, farmers? I think that is it. What's up, Charles? I think I saw you, Charles, on Chris's account. Let me see. Let me get over there right now. What's up, guys? My bad. I was saying what's up to everyone in the chat. How you doing, Pure? Hey, man. I think is this the first time you've been on my fucking panel?
I'm pretty sure it is.
I think it is. Holy crap! Welcome, my friend.
It is.
What's up, farmers? How you doing? What were you saying, Per?
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, it is. Like every time you always had a panel, I was always busy doing something.
Yeah, no worries. Well, yeah. We unfortunately San Diego has had literally 4.5 weeks of rain, which is ridiculous here in San Diego. That doesn't happen. So I haven't worked because of that. Not even because of the virus or anything. Tomorrow I go back, but way I look at the weather, I think the next 2 weeks is supposed to be clear skies, but hey, who knows?
Who knows? You
Yeah,
sounds like you're getting the sort of weather we get over here at the moment. We've had a week of glorious sunshine, and then you think it was winter again today.
yeah. That's the weird part. It doesn't make sense to me because we don't get rain like that at all. Like we never get weeks on end of rain, and
Hmm.
we got it. It sucked. Usually we get
Yeah,
that.
you know, it's worth of rain in like 4 weeks.
Yeah, it got all. Yeah, every bit of it. It's insane to me. Let me see. If you are trying to join the panel, and I missed you, I'm sorry. I'm still getting used to going back to the meets. Um, I know Chris was out there spouting about Ohio and rights or some shit. Um, let me see.
I think
Oh,
it's
Yeah,
buttoned
please,
out because it can't go to work.
and here's the best
please,
part about
you know, for this one, tell me about the state that I fucking grew up in. This is gonna be.
Yeah, yeah. Brian, unfortunately, rain and earth doesn't work that way because Brian said, well, maybe that California drought is ending. Unfortunately, when it rains like that, 90% of that water just runs off into the ocean and into some of the reservoirs, but it doesn't get down into the ground, doesn't penetrate the ground enough. It kind of just runs off.
Yeah.
What's up, Chris?
Hello?
What up, man?
Nothing.
Are you blink twice if you're in trouble?
Why was
you
wrong?
I don't know, you just seem kind of hesitant to talk right now.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for the show to get started.
We're started. Yeah, yeah. if
Okay,
you
well,
yeah.
are you expecting me to run it or?
Sure. Let's see. Let's see what you got.
What would you have done if I didn't join?
Oh, I would have actually kept talking.
Yeah, on Earth, shit like that. You know, the things that we actually know something about.
Yeah. So
Literally
Chris,
shit about the weather because I got snow, he got a century's worth of rain in a week, and it was 80 degrees like 2 days ago in New Mexico.
yeah. Tell me climate change ain't real. You're not a climate change denier, are you, Chris?
Climate change denier. Can you define what that is?
Do you believe that man has anything to do with the climate?
In that, and as far as that definition goes, yes.
As far as what definition does it not?
Hmm.
If you're saying in extremely generic and general terms, does man have anything to do with the climate? The answer is yes.
Well, I like the definition. Do you believe that man has had a detrimental effect on the climate?
No, absolutely not. Ridiculous.
How is that
Oh,
ridiculous?
okay.
Okay, what detrimental effects have we seen due to man?
And the whole industrial fucking side of everything.
So yeah, air pollution. They do take readings, and actually since the well, kind of like shelter in place orders, and not many people get on the road, the level of carbon gases released into the atmosphere has actually dropped. Smog has been reduced. Many people on the road.
Well, definitely. Well, it depends on where you are, but at the same time, this whole idea that it's just definitely not a fix, and how they're gonna fix it, they don't know at all. Still,
Fix what?
the amount of emissions that we were putting out there.
But what's the problem?
You
Wait.
Yeah. I mean, that's who we got to say it.
Do you know
Anarchy boy, or pure anarchy, whatever his name is. He's really hard to hear.
Yeah,
you're cutting out really bad.
You're breaking up a lot, Pierre.
Yeah.
When you ask that question, Chris, you understand that that cars, trucks, heavy equipment, factories, plants, they put out emissions that pollute
Right.
the sky.
Okay.
Okay. You know the sun. You know how it has the UV ray lights that hit the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, when you have that type of layer of smog and emissions, it makes it so the UV rays that normally penetrate and then reflect back out into space, it makes it a little difficult for that to happen. So what ends up happening is the planet starts warming up. It doesn't warm up like 10, 15 degrees, but 2 degrees will change things insanely drastically.
Uh-huh. Okay, so I can go back 15, 20, 25, and even 30 years where these same people that you have out there spewing this nonsense today, the Al Gores of the world and even other people, say, like, making predictions. See, you guys often talk about the globe model makes predictions, and based on that, you can guess X, Y, and Z, fine. They've been making these predictions for 30 or longer years. Not a single one of these predictions has come true. The ice caps haven't melted.
Stop.
The sea level hasn't risen. The temperatures haven't risen.
I'm so happy you said that.
Nothing has happened at all. Absolutely nothing.
Okay.
There's no detriment. Hold on, let me finish.
What do you like, the new lemon bird?
Nothing. Well, let me
Sounds
just
like it,
point out.
doesn't it?
The pure anarchy said the definition is based on any detrimental effects caused by man. Absolutely no detrimental effects have happened in the last 30 years of all these people making these claims.
Okay, well, here's the problem with what you said. Everything you said was wrong. Over the past, and I'm just going to bring up one. This is just one source. Actually, I don't want to use that one. I want to go to this secret. Okay, so what you're saying is completely wrong in the sense of this. One, it's been, what is it, 2020? So it's been about 70 years that they have been recording CO2 levels, methane levels, all these emission levels. And you said, and I quote, they made these predictions that are not coming true. I'm trying to find it as we speak.
The detrimental predictions.
Hang on. CO2 report.
Detrimental. Let's be clear, Sean. Detrimental predictions of ice caps melting, sea levels rising, flooding cities. Where are all the flooded cities?
Okay,
why isn't Florida and New York and California underwater by now? It should have happened, right?
Actually, they have measured the mean sea level, and it actually is rising. Let me show
Gravity.
you. Yeah, I didn't say that. It's actually a pretty serious situation. So let me show you right now.
Carlos said Coriolis.
I didn't say it. So focus. Okay, here we go. Okay, so just so you understand, Chris, in the 1980s, it was actually a big thing for the oil companies to actually worry about what they were doing and thinking that they didn't want to get busted right away or shut down because of like really bad regulations. So in 1980, in 1980s, Shell, Exxon, and a few other big oil conglomerates did a report. And matter of fact, everything they were saying in their reports actually came into fruition with being high levels of CO2, methane levels being an issue, the solutions to solving these problems, whether it be carbon capture and storage, or sequestration, which is in the ocean, whether it be the new scrubbers that they're putting on these the plants that are producing the oil, you name it, they've predicted all this stuff. The problem is they didn't translate it to us, the public, correctly. And once it got so deep into becoming a money pool, that's when it got really fuzzy and got really shady when it comes to that part. But what you said is completely wrong. They've been talking about high levels of CO2, high levels of methane, global warming. They've been talking about this shit since the mid 1940s. And what people don't know is in the 80s, like I said, the oil companies were saying this stuff was going to happen.
Okay, well, so let me get a word in. So what I said wasn't wrong. What I said was the detrimental effects have not come to fruition, not a single one.
That's
not only
true.
that, but in
It's
the
not
70s, you had a global cooling phenomenon where some people were modeling out global cooling scenario. That obviously didn't come to fruition either.
Yeah, how long? When was the last time you heard that?
The climate does.
When was the last time you heard that?
Who was interrupting me? Like pure anarchy. Interrupt me the whole time. I don't even know.
No, it's me. Oh, you're breaking up big time. I didn't even hear you. Yeah, your connection is crap, Pierre. Do you understand
Hey, let me hit 4G.
what you're saying,
He
Chris?
needs that 5G.
Yeah, well, when you get 5G, everyone will be happy about it and not act like it's going to kill everyone. But that's here nor there.
Yep.
But what I was saying is that the catastrophic aspect of it, when you talk about ice melt, you're talking about what, like the Arctic? Do you take in consideration Iceland or what's called Greenland and its ice caps and all that shit? You understand how that the actual numbers work, because when they say the Arctic, for instance, I'll bring some pictures up because it makes it easier to talk about. Arctic. They talk about the ice melt. Go ahead, try it.
Check 1, 2. Did it come through now?
So far, so good.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Where is it? I'm trying to find the ice caps. I can show Chris. Okay, so here's a good picture for right now. There it is. Okay, so in the Arctic Circle, you understand that there's a quantity of ice, right? And it's not just the ice that melts around the North Pole. It's also the ice that melts around Greenland. Let me pull this up. All right. There you go. Now you can see it. So when you're saying, Chris, that all the ice isn't melting and all that stuff, well, it actually is. And when they look at the ice that's in the Arctic Circle or around Alaska and the North Pole, what's ended up happening is all the old ice. So imagine there's 80% of the ice in the wintertime. 40% melts away. But the rest is what they call old ice. Well, the problem is they're having less and less old ice, and the new ice is still forming every winter. Well, what they're not telling you is when you combine that with the ice that's melting in Greenland, there is actually a significant amount of ice melt that is actually in the negatives right now. They also fact check that with surveys all around the United States, all around the world, and yes, sea level are rising. It's not rising fast. I think it's right now. I think it's less than an inch in the past 3 years, but it is rising, Chris. And the temperatures are rising. And if we know the temperatures are rising, we also know that the ice is going to melt. Oh yeah, and we're seeing less and less glaciers. There's a lot more glacier melt. I mean, there's tons of evidence for this, Chris. It's not lying.
Yeah, but you know, a lot of this is cyclical, right? There's cycles to these events. A lot of this has happened in the past, and a lot of those glaciers, some lose and some actually have gained over the last few decades.
Stop now you're lying, Chris. Do you understand that
I'm
glaciers?
not lying.
Show me one glacier that has added.
All right, I'll find it.
Greenland.
Thank you. Greenland hasn't added anything to its glaciers.
Dude, I know. This is Q. Hi. I know about Greenland.
I'm waiting. I'd love to hear that, Chris. If you need to understand how glaciers work, dude, they are not growing; they're decreasing in size. There's a lot more glacier melt. They're melting faster than normal.
All right, so apparently Q wasn't wrong. His first article, National Geographic, a Greenland glacier is growing. That doesn't mean melting is over. So I'm not wrong. I'm 100% right.
Literally, okay, pull it up. Pull that article up, because I just literally talked to you about how every winter ice grows and then it comes back. There's a difference between old ice and new ice.
I said it was
share
cyclical,
the link.
And
you share the link.
I was wrong. You said there's no glaciers growing, so that's incorrect.
Did you
that's
share the link?
Yeah. Or no, but let me share it.
Yeah. No.
Hello. Check.
I thought Q was just pulling that out of
Hey,
not quite honest.
Just agree with him, Sean. This will go around in circles forever if you don't.
Yep.
Okay.
Chris, I don't push it out of my ass.
When kids act that way, just treat them like kids and go on.
Yes.
Oh yeah, when kids are right, just pretend that they're wrong and move on. That's fair.
No, but you're not right.
You're right. You're right, Chris. You're absolutely
But you're
right.
not
Whatever you say, Chris.
right.
Whatever you say, Chris.
You're not a kid, Chris.
You
Grown
just act
man.
like one.
No, he just acts like a kid.
Yeah.
Now
Acts
you're
like
a
a kid.
man.
Let's have a look. Carbon dioxide levels in the air are at the highest in 650,000 years. 19 of the 20 warmest years on record have occurred since 2001. Arctic ice has shrank by 12.85%, the lowest extent on record. Ice sheets are down by 427 gigatons. Sea
By the way, you
level
can't
has
trust
risen 7
any of
inches over the
these
past 100
stats.
years.
None of these stats are trustworthy, especially if it's coming from like government sources.
But
Oh,
your,
no, Chris.
your
Same
stats
people
are
who
good.
put out memos. Same people
The
put out
government,
memos.
the government is always lying to us.
Remember-
Remember, Chris says the
Hang on,
government's always
hang on.
lying to us. Don't read
No.
facts off the internet because they're
Q,
all
Chris,
lies.
Q,
They're
you
just
don't-
lies.
you're
And listen
not
to
aware
the
of
Flat
why
Earth
they-
website.
Q,
Government had sex with my
Q.
mama.
Chris
Oh,
is
let's trust the
absolutely
flat earth.
right.
You're not aware of
Oh,
why
let's
they
trust.
Guys,
Hello?
guys, everyone is talking at once, and it's not going to work.
Yeah,
so
we
stop.
Chris is right. These figures are completely untrustworthy because they came from NASA.
What did the government do to
Oh
you,
well,
buddy?
there you go. Jesus.
Oh,
Okay,
Oh,
so
man.
Chris, here's a problem with what your article is saying. So yeah, you're right. A certain glacier has slightly shown growth, but I'm going to read the actual whole article instead of just the
Oh,
headline.
yes, that would help.
Because all you did was read the headline, Chris, and you didn't read that what it
That's
actually
the claim.
says.
That's the claim that I made.
Okay,
That's the claim
it
that I made. You
says-
said I was wrong,
it
and I
says-
proved the claim right.
Jesus Christ. Your whole claim is that the ice melt is fake. And I'm telling you right now that we're in a loss, and you said it.
No, I didn't say that.
Yes, you
I didn't
did.
say that.
Yes, you did. This
No,
reverse.
I didn't. In fact,
Okay,
I
thank
said
you. I'm
some
going
are
to go ahead and
melting
start.
and some are
I'm going
growing.
to start reading now, and you're going to listen. Thank you.
Lou had a point.
Jesus Christ. Let me see. Where is it? And your source is NASA. It's a NASA source, just so you know.
Oh, NASA lied to us, guys.
Jesus Christ,
That's a lot. I
Chris.
can't believe this, Chris, because it's come from the NASA.
In the research, Monday in Nature Geoscience, researchers report since 2016, blah, 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 ice has thickened slightly. There's no thanks to relatively cool ocean waters in its base, which have caused the glacier to slow down its melt. This reverses the glacier's 20 years of trend of thinning and retreating. But because of what else is happening on the ice sheet and the overall climate outlook, that's not necessarily a good thing for the global sea level. Chris, you want me to reread that for you? Because actually, I thought I read a sentence and I thought it actually made it seem like it was growing, but it's actually not growing. It's just stopped melting as fast.
Yeah, you had me going there for a second.
Yeah, do you want to
stop
reread
reading.
that? Because that's where I just read your source, NASA. It's a NASA project that you trust.
So where it says is actually growing means it's not growing. Is that what you're saying?
You want me to reread it? I can reread it again.
It's not
It
melting
won't.
quite as fast.
Oceanus.
It
Is
says
it growing? At
melting.
least that.
it says
Ocean's
has
melting
thickened
Greenland. Which is,
slightly.
oh my God.
It says thickened slightly thanks to relative cool ocean waters at the base, it's thickened. It's not growing. So it's not getting larger. No. It's just filling in where it had gaps or holes or cracks. Basically, that's what, I mean, you can reread it yourself right now.
Getting
Read
cursed.
the next,
Hey,
read the next
Sean,
paragraph.
go down to the sentence that says
Read the next paragraph.
growth of the glacier.
It says that's because despite the fact that this particular glacier is growing, the whole Greenland ice sheet is still losing lots and lots of ice. Jack or blah blah drains. I don't know how to say that name. Only about 7% of its entire ice sheet. So even if there were growing robustly, mass loss from the rest of the ice sheet would outweigh its slightly expansion. Yeah, it's not growing.
Still melting.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Oops, your own source debunked your ass. You read a headline. Thank
Again,
you,
Yeah,
Chris.
what I'd like to ask is, okay, when you read this, Chris, now did you just get really excited when you read the first part and didn't read anymore? Or did you read the whole thing and you were like, oh, you know, 'cause that's what I want to know. How you play.
He read the headline. He literally read the headline.
Yeah.
The article.
And here's the thing. He didn't even read the whole headline. He just read the first sentence in the headline.
Or did he? I don't know.
He had to. That's the only way he could have said
No,
glaciers are growing.
There's no way we asked him for a source, and in about 5.5 seconds, he's like, "Oh, look, the first Google search that came up with."
Right.
Says,
You're right. He wouldn't have it in his arsenal. You're right. Sometimes I just don't trust a lot of flat earthers, so I don't think they're all just lying.
Okay, so
I don't trust
Chris.
anyone.
So Chris, did you want to bring another source, or did you want to concede?
Well, that's the level of research they do. That's how they do it.
Throw the second Google one out.
Here's
Maybe that'll work for
a
you.
different source. Let's see.
Did you read it?
Exactly how they do it.
I didn't read the whole thing, no.
Okay, well, go back and read it first before you share it, so it doesn't.
Well, I can find another one. So this says what is. So this is.
Oh, you're at that.
You're
You're on that Climate Gate 101, aren't you?
It's the author Antonio Subarats.
Dude, you just said in the little chat here. You said Climate Gate 101. I know that's where you're getting your sources or the idea that you're talking like. I know that.
I just said that. I don't know that site. I just said
you don't know that site.
Information.
You don't know
Anyone
that
who's
site.
done any iota of information knows that the climate cycle. So I'm on this website, the ccc.org.uk. What is causing climate change? Can I talk now?
Oh, as long as you're not gonna freaking monologue like Lemon.
I'm just reading this.
We know you're reading it, and it is a cycle. You're right, but we are supposed to be in the cooling cycle of that 50-year cycle.
So over the last 50 years, can anybody tell me how much the temperature has increased?
I can pull it up right now.
1.5 maybe. I'm guessing 1.5.
Nope, not even that much. Nope.
It's 0.5 Celsius.
0.5.
And that's just that's what I'm remembering. I can look it up for the exact numbers, but I'm telling you
that's pretty close, Sean. It's right.
No, I know it is pretty close.
Might even be less. Might even be less than half.
No, it's 0.5, and if it gets to one
and that's
Celsius,
on average.
No, actually, it's not on average. It's up 0.5 over the past 30 years, Chris. Just
on average, it's up 0.5. 0.5 of a
Oh my
degree.
God. Okay. Wait, you're saying
So you
0.5 is
can
nothing,
understand that's what
but if we get to 1 degree Celsius, you understand that it becomes a problem. Like you'll notice when all that ice starts melting and the shore start rising up a little. When it gets to 1.5, fuck the ocean. That's going to be the least of your fucking problems because do you have hurricanes where you're at, Chris?
No, not specifically.
Oh, you will. You get tornadoes.
Is that a prediction, Sean?
Oh, yeah, it's 100% prediction because this is what happens
of hurricanes.
Yes,
of hurricane in Dallas,
telling you
near
right,
Dallas, Texas.
Chris, stop talking if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Because I'm telling you right now, if the global temperature rises to 1.5 degrees Celsius, you need to understand this. The climate will change. Things start shifting. Things that didn't happen in certain areas will happen.
That's funny because...
That's funny.
Okay. There have been periods where temperature rose between 3 and 8 full degrees Celsius.
You are fucking out your mind. That is fucking... There's a huge difference between air temperature and global temperature. See, you need to understand that.
No, this says average global temperature. This says over the last 800,000 years, there have been natural cycles.
Oh my fucking God. So did you just say we went up 8 degrees Celsius over how many years, Chris?
800,000.
No. This is over
last
10,000 years.
When was the When was the last time?
10,000 years.
Yeah, no. He don't know what he's talking about. When was Chris? Listen, I'm asking you a question. You can't keep talking when I'm asking you a question. When was the last time?
How does that prove there weren't hurricanes in Dallas,
in the middle
Chris?
of talking. Why are we asking Chris different questions right now? Why is everyone talking over me when I'm trying to ask?
I don't know because I'm an asshole. I'm sorry.
Asshole Q.
Behave yourself, Q.
So, Chris,
sorry.
When was the last time we saw a large rise in the global temperature on that source you're looking at right now?
I mean, I don't know. It doesn't say specifically that.
Okay,
it says that over a 10,000 year period, it rose between 3 and 8 degrees Celsius, which is way more than your 1.5.
Yeah.
And as far as I know, there weren't hurricanes in the middle of the country.
Wait. Why don't you go look and find out your sources and find out what it was like then? Because you understand there are places like, for instance, Egypt, we know was a forest at one point in time. we know there are places in Antarctica that had trees and lush greenery. So we know that the climate has changed. So in that fucking source you just said, you once again proved that I know what I'm talking about and you don't.
Right. That's funny.
Egypt.
Okay.
Supposedly,
So Chris, was Egypt ever a forest?
I have no idea.
Okay, so then you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So do you know?
I didn't make any claims about Egypt.
I know
before.
you made a claim to know what you're talking about, and I'm making my claim that you have no clue what you're talking about, and I do. So do you know that there were forests? Do you know there were forests in Antarctica at one point in time?
In Antarctica?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, there were.
Matter of fact,
well,
yeah.
There's still trees there.
No. There was a forest. There was a lot of forests in Antarctica.
So
Did
what?
you know that? Did you know
what
that?
does this have to do with climate change?
Did you? What?
Sean, trees can't grow upside down.
Did he really just say that? What does that have to do with climate change?
Yeah, he did.
Well, how about you start linking some citations instead of just spouting out this stuff about trees in Antarctica?
I'll see what a small plane's going to do to help you.
I'm just kind of, you said 0.5 degrees Celsius. That ain't that big of a deal over the last 30 years. Dude, that's 32.9 degrees Fahrenheit, which that's quite a bit. Like, what the actual fuck, dude?
And I guess I bet all the highs back in the last 800,000 years were all major cataclysmic events, if I can say that word right there. Just pretend I did say it right. But there were major events that were going on in those times, and those were probably the most extreme. Every time I went to 3.
Here you go, Chris. This is how easy it is when you actually know what you're talking about and you do your research. I'm going to go ahead and share this real quick.
And supposedly South America and Egypt looked the same because I think a lot of seeds from Egypt got blown to South America. Oh my God, I might be making another conspiracy theory. I'm gonna stop.
Yeah. So Chris, did you want to bite your tongue? There's your source right here. I'll put the link in the chat. They have found plenty of fossil evidence that there was a forest in Antarctica. And if you're gonna ask me how that's possible, and then say that climate change isn't real, you've lost your fucking mind.
Okay, that's
how we know when there are catastrophic changes in temperature and climate, things happened. Do you understand this? So where you live, the weather you have was not like that 800,000 years ago. How do I know? Because we know there are shifts in the climate as well. We know there are shifts in the global temperature. Those things, if you did your research, would help you understand that what you say when you say, no, man hasn't done anything serious. You would understand these things if you took some more research instead of just taking the auto hoax stance.
In the last 100 years, where we've had the most output of CO2 gas ever, there's been a negligible amount of temperature change.
Okay. Oh my God. So do you understand?
About a degree and a half in the last.
No, not a degree and a half. No.
All right.
Oh my God.
I'll show it to you.
Do you know how many cows we have now?
Okay.
Back then, I mean,
How come Chris keeps getting to make claims and you have to keep showing your evidence against it?
Well, the
I'm
best
the
part
one who's
is
been putting citations in.
No, you haven't, Chris. Actually, you put citations, and then we show you how your citation proves you wrong. And then you said, there were no forests in Antarctica. So I showed you that.
Yeah, and before that, you shared a thing where you read one sentence, and then after that, you told us the government lies to us, but the thing you shared was from the government, or like NASA.
Yeah. It was literally from NASA. Like NASA was their project that told you that.
Well, the link was the National Geographic link. I don't know about.
Well, that's
and
why,
now you
Chris,
just claimed that the temperature change was negligible and not a degree and a half. So why don't you present some evidence?
Yeah, show that source.
Present some evidence.
Can I show you? Can I show you some NOAA data?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll stop sharing.
That's a government organization, but go ahead.
It does not matter. What? You shared a NASA fucking link, Chris. Don't talk anymore about that. Go ahead,
Excuse me, Chris, if I'm looking for global data on the climate, where in the happy fuck am I going to get it from other than somebody like Noah?
Mark Sargent.
I like that.
Yeah. He did take care of all those animals.
I don't know. If Chris gets another citation, I guess that we can use that as a guide for where we are allowed to get it from.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Click on the
we
picture
can get it
blue.
from NASA because he did.
You see my
There you
screen?
go. Yeah. Click on the whatever screen you're sharing. Click on it real quick. It'll stop flashing.
Flashing. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah.
Hey.
It's a little Google Meets issue, but easy fixable. There you go.
There you go, Chris. From 1850 to the present day, or 2018, I think, is as far as this one goes.
Yeah, it's kind of scary.
If you look back to 1975, which is right here,
that's also part of a. Why is there more than one line?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Because they don't read just one thing, Chris.
So it's a range, right? So it's a range, right? So it's
No,
different.
no.
It is multiple.
do you see much
Go ahead,
difference in those fucking lines, Chris?
Yeah, well, because the scale is so small, it actually is a large difference. Yes.
Oh my God.
Do you listen to what you actually say?
Here's
No.
1970. Here's 1975. About negative 0.8 on the scale that they're using. They've normalized it. About negative 0.8 in 1975 to positive 0.8 right now. Can you
That's
add
1 degree.
negative?
That's negligent.
That's 1 degree. You're a fucking idiot, Chris.
That's
You're
negligent.
an absolute fucking moron.
Oh my God.
What's 0.8
Chris.
plus 0.8?
Negative 0.8 to positive 0.8 is 1 degree, right? You're an idiot.
What a retard.
Depends if it's Newtonian or Einsteinian math.
I rest my
Oh,
case.
yeah. What sort of maths is it?
Chris, what this is, Chris, is a situation where you really need to realize that you may not be as knowledgeable to a topic.
Okay.
You're not at all.
Well,
And
no.
it's being shown.
It's not about being knowledgeable. It's just about that there's. Okay, and hold on. I'm gonna grab.
It's about not being able to do arithmetic.
Exactly.
I'm gonna grab a source that says something different.
Okay.
Holy
Well, how about this, Chris? And you need to understand.
You're
this.
going to find a source that
Guys,
tells
yeah.
us negative 8 to positive 8 is 1 degree.
Here's the
Okay,
thing,
it's
Chris.
1.6.
Here's
It's
the
1.6.
thing, Chris. When someone says, I need a source, it doesn't mean type in what the topic we're talking about is and then share that link. When we say share a source, it means share a source that you've read through and that backs your claim. So I don't want you to Google search climate change and then share a link and go, this is what it says. Because understand this, someone's going to read it. And it's going to get really old to me reading my positive proof with your fucking links. So again, I need a link that says what you're saying is at any point correct. Because if you don't understand how to even read what we're talking about, then there's no way in hell you understand it. And then there's no way in hell you can make a claim.
I just posted my source.
Can I go back?
It says Clinton White House, guys. Clinton White House.
Of course, Clinton was using aerosol canisters for his
Not the
hair
government that's going to lie. Clinton's not going to lie to us. He didn't lie to us about
No, of course
anything ever.
not.
He never
It
committed
says over
perjury.
the last
Clinton.
century, the average surface temperature of the Earth has increased by about 1 degree Fahrenheit. So there you go.
How much oral sex makes
Oh
his
my
temperature rise?
fucking God.
About 1
Was that
degree
one
Fahrenheit.
sentence?
By the way, what's minus 0.8 to positive 0.8?
17.
It's less than the site that Big Blue shared.
Earth math.
Wow.
What's the date on this historical material?
Pure, your problem is that you're like we can't hear you. You're unintelligible.
Yes.
You can barely make out what you're saying. You're just clipping way too much.
You want Chris to do math?
Probably 'cause I'm driving.
You want Chris to do math with negative numbers, and he can barely add 2 plus 2.
Yeah.
What?
You're asking.
Okay, anyways, my source is contradicting what Big Blue source. The point is like I said.
No. You didn't present it. You
No,
read
first of all,
one
look.
sentence, and now you're claiming something.
Sean
Could you
can
please
present
present it
Yeah,
and then
I'll
read
I'm
more than one sentence of
Yeah,
it, please?
I'll
Thank
pull it
you,
up.
Chris.
Because it's
Wait, how can you have positive? How
it's
can you have positive
literally
numbers next to a vacuum?
yeah, Tony. I'm not in the mood for that.
Oh, it's like I'm coming in bad.
I'm literally trying to stay on topic, and your little hype game you play is just trying to throw it off a topic, and it's kind of irritating.
Well, I was talking about the flatulence of the cows, which you thought was a joke, which it really wasn't, because they're cutting down the rainforest.
I didn't even hear you talk about that.
But you said you dismissed it like it was nothing, and it was something.
If we're talking about, if you want to talk about methane levels, then we can talk about that. If you want to talk about them lessening the restrictions,
I was just wondering why you hushed me about that, because we were all talking. I'm just wondering, why did I have to be quiet? Never mind, that's fine, Sean.
Wait. What does gravity have to do with this topic? Because what I heard, and the only thing I didn't.
Sean, butt hurt.
Jeez.
It's okay, Sean. Chris is presenting his Clinton White House. Clinton, the guy who never would commit perjury or anything.
So Chris, where
does this date from the Clinton days? Then is this not a bit old?
No. How can data be old? The data.
This is historical material.
Data be old.
Yeah.
What's the date for this?
Let me see if I can find it real quick. Doesn't even have a date.
No.
This historic website is no longer links. This site, this is an old link because it's saying right here, this is a historical material frozen in time. This website is no longer updated and links to the external website and some internal pages will not work.
Hey, Sean.
Yes, sir.
Sean, let me put my graph back up for a second. This is the Clinton era, right? This is Clinton data? All right, let me show you something, Chris.
Your graph comes from before the Clinton era.
Let me show you something.
And goes beyond it.
Yeah. Oops. Can you see that? Is it flashing?
No, it's fine.
Right now.
That's good.
Is it okay?
Yep.
It's great.
What years were Clinton was the Clinton presidency, Chris? Do you remember? Would it be right about in here?
Oh, look, there's a thing. The temperatures continue to shoot up afterwards.
Yeah, it's gone up 0.8 degrees since Clinton was president, you nitwit.
Who'd have thunk it?
Jesus Christ. Chris, you did it again.
All right, hold on, I'll get a different source.
He's got a different out-of-date source that no longer gets updated. That's
I'll tell you what. I'll make you a deal, Chris. Put one more bullshit thing up here, and if I debunk it, you leave this chat. How's that?
Oh, then
Blue, don't make him leave. He's fun.
That may happen because that source you linked, that Clinton one, dude. Let me go ahead and read the bottom paragraph because you were talking about how there's nothing catastrophic happening. This article itself is talking about. Oh, did I not share? What is that? Oh, there it goes.
Open it up again.
Which screen is it sharing? Computer's running slow. Hang on a sec. There we go. Right here. Global mean sea level has risen 4 to 10 inches over the last 100 years, mainly because water expands with the melting of the glaciers, which has occurred worldwide over the last century, also contributes to the rise. Formerly frozen soil, permafrost in the Alaskan and Siberian Arctic have also begun to melt, damaging both ecosystems and the infrastructure. Melting in tundra warming will also lead to decay of the organic matter and the release of trapped carbon and methane, creating an additional source of greenhouse gases. This one paragraph...
I remember seeing this quite a few years ago,
This one paragraph ends your whole conversation. Everything you said today, that one paragraph said, you're fucking wrong.
No, I just grabbed the mainstream source. I mean, it's going to say what the mainstream source is.
It's your
source.
This is your source, Chris. This is yours. You gave this to us.
Yeah, but you don't understand. You don't have to agree or believe everything that the same source says.
Here's the thing: the source doesn't say
you just cherry pick
anything.
what you like about it.
Yeah,
no,
the title.
It's called putting all the evidence together.
Let's take the headline and hope and pray it says what you think it says.
Yeah.
How's it putting all the evidence together if you leave some of it out, Chris?
Yeah, you're not putting the evidence that says you're wrong together. Because every time you link a source, we pick something in it that we don't pick. It actually, the whole damn thing is actually talking about what we're trying to tell you. And you're literally saying the title from everything.
Oh, Chris, come on, mate. You keep presenting evidence that shoots you in the foot. It's not our fault.
Okay, well, you cry about every panel you're on, so I guess go start your live stream.
You literally
and talk
told
about
us
it.
you can't trust anything from the government, and then the two things you posted were from the government.
Government, yeah.
What do you want us to do about it, Chris? What do you want us to do? What
Well,
do we need to do?
All I was having to do was show that it wasn't a full 1.5 or 1.6 degrees.
No, wait, whoa.
Fully showed.
No, wait,
Dude,
wait.
no.
Oh my God!
But you
First of all,
haven't done that.
The 1.5 degrees Celsius that I was talking about has nothing to do with what's happened. If it happens, all shit breaks loose. And how do I know that? By your sources, because they even explain how over the past 100 years, climate has started to change. Oh, and if you look in facts about hurricanes,
but it hasn't. But it just hasn't, though.
Wait,
there's nothing different now.
Wait. I just read
now in the 90s, the 80s, 90s, 70s.
Read your source that says
different.
I just read your sources. Both your sources say different, Chris.
You don't have to agree with everything that a source says.
Obviously, you don't. But the problem is that you're cherry picking.
I told him that already.
You guys can't keep talking over each other. It's just not a good
It's
show.
called cherry picking. If I pick one sentence and I dump the rest, that's a cherry pick.
That's not what cherry picking is.
What is cherry picking?
Oh, it's not? It's not? If I pick
picking?
one sentence and I take it out of context from a whole article that disagrees with me, it's not cherry picking?
No, that is cherry picking.
No, it's called using the evidence as it's presented.
What is it, Chris? What is
You didn't present all the evidence.
Yeah,
You only presented the evidence you wanted to.
Yeah,
You cherry
Chris.
picked specific evidence that you wanted to present, and you left anything contradictory out of the equation.
Chris,
That is not presenting evidence.
What is cherry picking, Chris?
That is withholding
Sean, if you want to have a
evidence.
conversation,
That is withholding evidence.
Q, hang on.
then that's
We were in a
cool.
court of law, Chris.
If not, then I'll just
And you
leave.
were presenting
I'll just leave.
me
Please stop.
the hard drive
Jesus
of the
Christ.
criminal, and you only presented half of the hard drive.
Can
Yeah.
you
You'd
stop?
be withholding.
Fuck.
What?
Like I'm like you're going on a long monologue, and it doesn't need to be a long monologue. I'm trying to ask Chris what cherry picking is. If he says that's not, he's not listening. So I would like to know if he knows what the hell he's talking about.
He obviously doesn't.
Well, let's find out. It's better than going on a long monologue and not.
Okay, I'm
finding that
sorry.
out. Chris, what is cherry picking?
All I'm saying is what I did was use a site.
I asked you a question.
That proves
put it this
my
way,
claim.
Chris. I didn't just
My
cut
claim
off Q.
was that
Chris, I did not just cut off Q and tell her to stop for you to go on a monologue. I asked you a question. What is cherry picking?
all right. I'll just whenever you want to talk about the climate change.
Yes.
we'll go
What
with that.
is cherry picking? Chris, is the reason you don't want to answer what cherry picking is because then you will fuck yourself?
Do you know, Blue? I was just reading that myself.
Ah,
I posted a good example in the side chat of cherry picking.
You did.
Did you want to read that, Chris? Did you want to read it? Because
No,
I put it this way, I'm not going to read it because I know what cherry picking is, and I'm pretty sure you do too. And the reason you've shut down like you are right now is because you don't want to admit that you sat here and cherry picked through sources that you just got done telling me.
Okay, that specifically said no. Well, hold on. Here's why I'm right. That specifically says suppressing evidence. I didn't suppress evidence. I just didn't use the other claims that the article covered.
Okay, pull up suppressing.
Or the fallacy of incomplete evidence. That's not what I did.
Doesn't know the meaning of suppressing or
Yeah,
incomplete.
suppressing means to hide.
Has a
in
negative
this
connotation.
Okay,
as the
Chris.
practice neglects, overlooks, or directly suppresses evidence that could lead to a complete picture. So you took an article and you cherry picked the one bit that you thought agreed with your narrative, and you ignored everything else. That is classic Anthony Riley level cherry picking.
Yeah,
no, because the problem we have
you suppressed all the evidence that I went to your sources and then read to you. Why didn't you talk about
them? I sent you the full link.
Yeah,
you should read the next one underneath of one Farmers read to him too, because that one's excellent too.
Oh yes. Oh, that is quite good.
Can you tell me how I suppressed?
Because you said that there was nothing catastrophic happening over the past 100 years, and over the past 100 years, we've seen
there hasn't been anything catastrophic.
No. Just read the next one to him, and he'll understand how he cherry picked because this one is what he did. The next one down.
The next paragraph.
Shall I read it out?
It's not a paragraph. It's just
cherry picking can be found in many logical fallacies. For example, the fallacy of anecdotal evidence tends to overlook large amounts of data in favor of that known person Selective use of evidence rejects material unfavourable to an argument, while the false dichotomy picks only two options when more are available. Cherry picking can refer to the selection of data or data sets so a study or survey will give desired predictable results which may be misleading or completely contrary to reality.
Exactly
Farmers, can you go down to where it says
it's not what I did.
Where it says in science and then read that first part right there?
So,
why is Farmers reading all this?
Because I can read it better than you can.
Yeah, I suck at reading it. That's
okay.
Cherry picking is one of the epistemological characteristics of denialism and widely used by different science denialists to seemingly contradict scientific findings. For example, this is used in climate change denial of the negative health effect of consuming tobacco products and passive smoking, and evolution denial by creationists. Oh, funny how it mentions climate change denial.
Yeah.
How very apt.
So here are the facts of the case. Hold on a second. Here are the facts of the case. A few years ago, well, yeah, actually they did. A few years ago,
They
had. All right. I'll go back on mute. You guys let me know when you're done.
Dude, stop whining and just talk.
You're good. Stay on mute.
Fuck.
What a whiny little bitch.
I'm just saying.
Really?
Okay, here's the thing. Chris,
do we need this anymore? Or should I stop sharing? Or?
No, we're good now. I think he knows now. Now, Chris, I'm going to tell you right now, I have saved you the most I can save you. How did I save you? I saved you by telling everyone to shut up at least 4 times. But it's to this point, you're not very credible when it comes to climate change. Do you maybe want to change the subject? Because I'm not going to save you anymore when it comes to this topic.
No, not at all. But it is hard to converse with 4 or 5 people constantly changing the topic and adding new elements.
Okay, how about this?
If you want to have one-on-one, it's fine. But I mean,
okay, how about this? Okay, how about this?
And my point.
You pick. Okay, how about you pick one person on this panel, and you guys can have a conversation about climate change. Because as far as I'm concerned, we no longer need to have this conversation between me and you. Now, if you would like to change the subject, which I suggest, we can continue with that, but I suggest you get off that topic that you know nothing about. Just a suggestion.
So every claim I've made has been accurate. I'll restate the claim. I'll restate the claim.
Okay.
Let me
restate your claims one at a time. Go ahead.
Original claim was no catastrophic events have happened due to climate change. That's a fact. Nothing. There's been no catastrophic.
Yes, there has. Would you like me to tell you?
Yeah, please tell me.
Well, for instance, right now, in the past 10 years, we've had a serious issue with red tides due to the pH level in the oceans. That's a big, serious problem. The link you shared says the sea levels have risen 4 to 10 inches over the past 100 years, and not to mention the 0.5 degrees Celsius.
But what catastrophic issues is that causing? Are any of those things causing?
Record numbers of hurricanes, record numbers of tornadoes, record numbers of rainfall, record numbers of ice melt, record numbers of no rain in winters.
There's a lot of claims, and I'm not sure any of those claims are true and accurate.
Then I would, if I were you, I would go look it up. Because you don't know anything, Chris. You have proven.
Well, that's not how you debate. I mean, you don't say 10 things and then I have to go look all of them up outside of this conversation.
Oh, okay, Chris. Well, you should know these things if we're in a debate. A debate isn't where you learn things. A debate is where you debate your claims. If you don't understand climate change, if you don't understand the facts that are given, then you're right. This isn't a debate.
All right, so let me provide. I'll provide a source and then read some of this off here.
Have you read this source?
Yeah, I'm in the process of reading it
for the first time. I'm not reading Forbes. I want some real shit. Come on.
Why not?
How about this? Have you read it yet?
I said I'm in the process of reading.
Oh, okay. Well,
but this is called Climate Gate. This is a well-known scandal that happened a few years ago.
When you bring your facts to a debate, you don't have to read it for the first time. But go ahead, Chris.
All right, so ClimateGate happened a few years ago, and most people are aware kind of what it was, a leak of a bunch of emails between some quote-unquote climate scientists, many 100%. Of whom were in the government. What?
No, they don't work for the government at all. Go ahead. I know exactly what you're talking about, but go ahead.
Okay, hold on a second.
Again, yeah, no. Keep going, Chris, because I know this story because I researched all of this. So don't read it secondhand. Understand what you're going to be talking about if you're going to be bringing it up. So if you don't, say, I don't really know what's going on, Sean. Will you explain it?
Sean,
Oh,
Al Gore did work for the government at one point.
Oh, you're 100% right, but he's also not a fucking climate scientist.
Yeah.
Well, but he's proclaiming a lot of the information.
He
that
thinks
these
he
people-
is.
Yeah, that's the funny part. He's still not. And people who cherry pick what he says, I'm going to say the same damn thing to you. He's not a climate scientist. He don't know shit. That's also the same.
Sean?
Does that mean Trump is a climate expert too, since he thinks it's a hoax?
No.
What's up, Montreal? How you doing, sir?
He's an expert who lives in
All right,
Ireland.
good evening, guys.
Chris is a
I was
climate
just
change
listening.
expert.
Q, cut it out. I was just listening to this, and I was hearing what Chris said about the ice sheet, like not decreasing even though it's melting. And I said, wait a minute, I thought I heard that somewhere before. So I heard you guys berating Chris, and I go, wait a minute, let me do a quick search. So now I found this like in 2 minutes in Wiki. It says here, satellite measurements by NASA indicate a still increasing sheet thickness above the continent, outweighing the losses at the edge. The reasons for this are not fully understood, but suggestions include a climatic effect on ocean and atmospheric circulation of the ozone hole, blah, blah, cooler ocean surface, blah, blah, blah. Chris has a point here.
Which ice sheet are you talking of? Because as far as I know, the
Antarctic.
Yes, the
We're
Arctic
talking about
ice sheet.
Greenland.
Yeah, the Arctic ice sheet is growing, but it's new ice, and it's not the old stuff. And that's what's growing. But the amount that's being lost in Greenland is it's melting more than what's being produced new ice in the Arctic. So the numbers, when you look at the numbers, both of them together, you see there is a decrease in ice.
Yeah, the new ice is seasonal, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's what freezes
Yes.
up every year and then melts again. So that's what's called new ice. And the
Yes.
old ice is the stuff that's been
That's
there
there
since
year round. Yeah.
Christ knows when. And that's the stuff that's disappearing slowly over time. That's the stuff that's melting away.
Yeah.
And then the new ice comes along every winter. That freezes up. Then every summer, it melts again because it's seasonal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The main reports on this whole melt and sea level rise is more contingent to the old ice, because the old ice, or the new ice is what they call it, is there and gone. It fluxes all year, throughout the year. But that old ice, the stuff that's always there that doesn't melt away, that's increasingly going away and being replaced with new ice. So it does. So yeah, in the Arctic, it does look like it's expanding, but it's actually decreasing because the ice that's there doesn't stay there. Or what's becoming new ice doesn't stay there, so there is a lot less. I think it's, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was probably about 25 years ago where that actually became a big deal, because and what Chris was saying about the climate gate and scientists, this stuff is real. So what was happening is that they were putting out a lot of reports on the Arctic, but they weren't correlating their numbers with the Greenland ice melt. So what it looked like was it was growing. Like our ice sheet we were getting more ice than we thought we ever would. Climate change we're good. We're not going to any trouble. And it was a big deal for a long time, but that was 40 years ago, 50 years ago. And since then, they put regulations on it so that instead of Shell and Exxon policing themselves, now they have little agencies that try to police them now. But yeah, there was a big situation where a lot of people were getting away with a lot of shady shit for a long time. That part is true.
But didn't they get caught massaging the numbers as well?
Yeah.
With the global warming.
That's what I'm talking about with the Arctic ice sheet. They were leaving off the melting numbers for Greenland in the same reports. So when you looked at the report and you read the report, it was like the Arctic is like all our ice is growing back, but they were never talking about Antarctica is actually losing a shit ton of ice too. But then they were saying instead of saying, yeah, they're losing ice, they're going, well, the north shore of Antarctica is growing by 30 feet of ice every year. But they're not telling you that the rest is melting by 45 feet a season and shit like that. That was a pretty big deal for 25, 30 years ago. That was a huge situation that was going on. That was kind of like where I started with the research of what's going on. Exactly what they fudged, I don't even know, but there's a lot of shit that people say they did. But the numbers now aren't being done through 5 and 6 different scientists or programs or whatnot. Now it's being done by thousands. Everyone keeps reading all the information from the IPCC because they have 300 scientists that turned in reports, but they're not talking about the 50 other organizations that have these scientists doing the same things, and they're correlating their numbers with everyone else too. And what we're seeing is we're not in a good spot.
Anybody else notice anything interesting about Blue's graph?
It was a globe.
That just steal your thunder? That's how we know it's wrong.
It is not wrong. There's a extreme correlation on Blue's graph between hydrocarbon fuel use and temperature.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a weird one too, because I know that the idea of correlation between CO2 levels and temperature, it kind of goes. There's two sides of it, but what I see from when they're arguing about that,
it's really not just CO2.
Oh no! It's methanes. Yeah. You want like I said, Chris. I'm not coming from it from a.
More with
Go ahead, Crash.
It has to do more with specifically NOx emissions from the use of fossil fuels and the correlation and temperature increase.
Mm.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into this, Chris. And yes, I was ranting, but when you understand what you're talking about, that's what it's supposed to sound like instead of phrases.
Well, Sean, let's be honest.
Yeah.
You know as much of this topic as I do as far as the actual science behind it. We're both just reading things, doing research and reading articles.
That's not true.
Absolutely is.
It's not true at all.
It's not true. You read headlines. We read the article.
Okay, so you know about there's been a global warming hiatus for like the last 15, 20 years, then, right?
No, there hasn't.
17 years.
It hasn't been a hiatus. Just because.
Yeah, it has. And here's a mainstream Wikipedia article about it.
Yeah.
I'll post.
I can't wait. And
yeah,
I'm going to read
Wikipedia's a great source
and I'll read the whole thing, and we'll see what it really says. But I'm going to tell you right now, Chris, you're wrong. And trust me, there's a huge gap in the understanding of this topic between me and you. A fucking huge gap.
Yeah.
This isn't the shape of the earth and have you been to space. Trust me, this isn't a topic you can't research and understand.
Yeah, well, you're right, but it is. But ClimateGate is proof that people are lying about it.
Yeah, I know. First of all,
aren't providing all the data and all the model.
Here's the best part. No.
Did he say ClimateGate?
Yes.
Yeah. If you don't know what that is, you should probably leave it.
First of all,
it sounds like an internet sensation.
It is. It's a what do you call them? A skeptic site or a hoax site or whatever you call them. It's one of those things. But what Chris is saying is true. Yeah, oh my God, it is, Chris. Shut up. Now,
I'm trying to.
Oh my God. First of all, I'm trying to help you out, so just shut up and let the adults talk. 1, ClimateGate 101 is a site set up for conspiracy theorists, Chris. Just so you understand this.
I haven't used ClimateGate 101 at all.
Fucking Christ. You just used them as credible. Now, don't talk.
No, I didn't.
Stop talking so I can defend what you're saying, okay? 5 seconds. Got it?
Dang.
Okay, good job, buddy. What Chris is saying about the shady number data and all that kind of shit, yes, it did happen. But it happened 20, 30 years ago, Chris. And it's also was between the oil companies that are actually doing the drilling and the reporting of it. You don't know what you're talking about, Chris, so stop.
Wait, what? You're way wrong, Sean. You have no idea what you're talking
ClimateGate
about.
happened in 2009 at the University of East Anglia, Norwich.
But I'm talking.
Here in the United Kingdom.
Yeah, and I'm talking about the data that contrived up to that point. I'm not saying it happened. I'm telling you all the numbers that they're talking about. That's where it accumulated from. I do know what I'm talking about, Chris. I beyond know what I'm talking about.
The numbers are only part of the story. The other part is the fact
Jesus
that they're
Christ.
hiding data and saying that they're not passing the data
Holy
on.
fuck, Chris.
Did you read this, Chris?
Yeah,
No, he didn't. Of course not.
Go down to the second paragraph about
Just
halfway through.
read this second paragraph.
Climate,
Flashing blue.
Yeah, click on the page.
Climate change. Climate change continues to raise unabated, even though there are slight periods of constant average seasonal temperatures. Your own fucking citation,
Again.
if you read it, debunks everything you just said in the last 5 fucking minutes.
Chris, you're
You
not.
did, Farmer. You did it
No,
again.
it hasn't.
Oops.
This is your source, Chris.
Yeah.
Read what Blue just highlighted.
Read it. Publicity has
Christ.
surrounded claims of a global warming hiatus during the period 1998 to 2013. The exceptionally warm El Nino year of 1998 was an outlier from the continuing temperature trend, and so subsequent annual temperatures gave the appearance of a hiatus. By January 2006, it appeared to some that global warming had stopped or paused. A 2009 study showed that decades without warming were not exceptional, and in 2011, a study showed that if allowances were made for known variability, the rising temperature trend continued unabated. Why did you read this?
He didn't. He highlighted it and cherry-picked the fuck out of it again.
Exactly. No. You're just a dishonest liar, Chris.
Yeah.
Stop, dude. You're an embarrassment to Texas, man. Just stop your shit.
I don't even know what to say. Like, it was like I keep giving you chance. Like, did you read it? I read it. No, you didn't
read it.
You're not reading
anything. Son, I hope you fight better than you research, because you're going to get your ass kicked.
You specifically said it's been on a hiatus.
He's done.
Did he leave?
No, he's here.
All right. Well, if that's not good, I'll get you a different source.
No.
Chris,
hang on. Everyone stop. Everyone stop. Chris, we're done talking about climate change. Change the subject.
Oh, that's not good. I'll find something else to waste your guys' time with.
I hope you're at least halfway decent looking, because if you try to get chicks is the way you give.
Anyways, as you guys are fear mongering and saying people's cities are going to be underwater, as they have in the last 30 years, you keep doing that. You give them all the money that these people need. You can make Al Gore a billionaire, and it's cool. Just whatever you guys want to believe, it's fine.
That rhetoric, word salad, mumbo jumbo crap you just said made your argument even worse.
Let's see. He said no cities are underwater. You guys are morons, and you're going to make Al Gore a billionaire.
Great debate. Great debate.
I don't like my word salad.
Couldn't have gotten any better, Chris. Good job, buddy.
Yeah, not one of us said anything close to that.
Did you want to change the
Pacific?
Did you
show a little more concern about it all?
Did you want to change the topic, Chris? Did you?
Global warming. Oh, sorry, Sean.
Oh, no, my bad. No, go ahead, finish it up. Go ahead.
Global warming seriously affects my entire industry every fucking year. We have to update everything we do just for emissions output based on all this shit. You can see the graph where we started doing all this shit. Chris is just a fucking idiot.
If you want a really good site that debunks a lot of this mainstream nonsense,
don't get it from Chris.
ClimateDepot.com.
Home Depot. Fuck you and your goddamn Climate Depot bullshit.
You say
how about that?
Climate Depot?
Chris, what do you think that the internet is?
Chris, it's okay. We're not going to be here that much longer.
ClimateDepot.com. It debunks a lot of the stuff they're talking about. Honestly, I haven't researched this stuff in like.
Yeah, I know.
It's not on the forefront of my mind.
Okay, guys, hang on. Chris,
we're changing
the subject.
Let's talk about soy.
Let's talk about soybeans.
They show you. It's a good site. They show you how they readjust things depending on if it shows warming or not.
No one cares.
Chris, you don't know enough about the subject to speak on it any longer.
None of us.
What part of
you?
Chris,
Fine then.
What
There's
part of
a
change
link.
the subject do you not understand, Chris?
Here's a link.
I no
Your source
longer,
is debunking.
Chris, I am no longer interested in talking about climate change with you. Do you please change the subject?
Okay, well, can I read one last thing, please?
Nope.
No.
No trick
No.
zone? Are you fucking
No.
serious?
You have not. You've shared multiple links, none of them credible. Multiple links, none of them even back your own claims. And I have asked you to change the subject because you are not knowledgeable enough to keep up with.
All right. Well, I'm right. You're wrong. Nothing. There's been
I'm so good. I'm so
Not-
right. You
yeah.
guys can't make me feel bad
Yeah.
about myself
Now
just because
that
you
you-
proved I'm dumb.
It was 100 degrees last
No.
summer. It'll be
Just
100
because you
degrees
proved
this
I'm
summer.
dumb doesn't mean I
Chris,
am dumb.
I understand that you were done
It'll be
with
100
your,
degrees
I
in 10 summers from now.
understand you were done with your Nathan spiel, and now you're on your Nathan Thompson spiel. We're done talking about climate. Don't do it. I don't care
Chris
about
and
your.
Nathan
I
were
don't
the
care
two
about your
summers.
10-second draw where you want to say as much as you can in a half a second. I don't give a fuck about your temperatures because you don't know what you're talking about. What I want to talk about is something else. If you say anything about climate again, Chris, I'm going to boot
Let's
you off
talk
my
about
panel.
all the evidence we have to prove that Chris is dumb.
Let's not do that. I don't want to attack Chris anymore because it's too easy.
I don't want to attack anybody. I just want to compile some evidence.
Well, do that some other time because I don't want to make this a bashing Chris. It's too easy and it's just aggravating me now at that point. Chris, you
They're
got something
just facts,
else?
Sean. They're just facts.
Well, the facts we don't know. I'm pretty sure of it.
Yeah, Sean's right. Q. It's like beating up
I'm only
Bambi.
joking. I don't really want to invest any time in my idea.
Hey Barry, how knowledgeable are you on like physical measurements done of the Earth?
Oh dear.
Hello.
What up, bro?
Hi.
Who's asking who?
Pierre was asking Chris.
Okay. ClimateDepot.com, people.
Well, climate.
Carlos, you didn't have a wrench in the chat, right?
Oh no.
I don't, man. What's up?
I got to make sure. Fucking YouTube's fucking up, man. They literally took off the go-to channel option on here.
Yes, they have.
So now you
Yeah,
can-
they changed the comments section too. Like
So
that.
yeah, but I can get shit less about the comments.
I can't even bring up somebody to tag him.
Well, Well, the thing is the go-to channel thing
Yes, you can.
was the exact way of finding out who's a sock account.
Carlos doesn't have a wrench.
No, he doesn't.
Nope.
I'm going to go time him out again.
I got no.
Well, hang on.
I got a wrench.
Well, hang on. Let me take his wrench. I gave him a wrench. Let me take it real quick.
No, I already timed him out once.
Giveth with one hand and taketh away with the other.
Well, if anybody else wants to time him out, he knows.
Yeah, there were a few people. There were a few people who were jealous of me.
Yeah. He doesn't have a wrench anymore, so you guys can time him out.
Why? Come on, man.
What are you retracting all your shit? It doesn't work on here, dude. I can still see it. I still see it.
Oh! Timed out by Mr. Hawkins.
Yeah, have fun with that, guys.
Speaking of Mr. Hawkins, Sean, I believe he showed a beautiful picture of a proper pineapple pizza earlier.
Yeah, it's not going to work. It's crappy. Everyone thinks it's crappy. Just you and Sean Hawkins and Hannah are like, ooh, pineapple on pizza. Crash. You've lost your bacon god status because of it. You lost your pizza respect status because of it. And I'm sorry, my friend. Pineapple does not belong. Does not belong on pizza. No, because you're on timeout.
You should go reread those comments because GPS agreed with me and Sean Hawkins. And
yeah, GPS is also.
I'll agree with you on this one, Sean. It doesn't belong on pizza, but it's pretty fucking good on pizza. So I'm sorry.
No, that's an oxymoron. That doesn't even work for me. No. And if and Pierre, if we meet up and we decided to get pizza and you put pineapple on that pizza, I would take it. Listen, I would take an ass whooping because I would knock that shit in the street. Just so you know.
No, it's not if. It's just a matter of when, because they already said they're sending us fucking west. We're chasing the Thai gangs through Arizona into and to California. So we're going to be in California this year. Don't know when, but we will be.
Cool. Yeah,
Pure,
just let me
I'm
know.
going to be so jealous if Sean meets you before I do, you dick.
Oh, that's definitely gonna happen.
Well,
Okay,
before
plan.
all this COVID shit, I was supposed to go meet him in Texas, and we was going to go hang out and get fuckered up.
Well, California is still in the same place. You can go there.
California is like an extra 500 fucking miles, or no?
Yeah, but I ain't got to pay for the fucking gas, so I don't give a shit how far it is.
I don't have to. Hey, I don't have to pay for gas to get there either. I'm good.
Assholes.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll live stream us getting super drunk just for you.
Yeah, but I don't think Pure can take you to the same places I was going to take Pure.
That's not true. I can go anywhere. I used to dude. I've told you this before, right? You do know my ex, her dad was a Hell's Angel, right? And I used to go there. I used to go to their clubhouses and all that shit. I'm good, dude. I'm not worried about that. I know exactly how to act like a fucking human.
I'm good with black and white. Like I know motherfuckers on both sides of it.
Yeah,
so do I.
I learned real quick. It's that attitude that makes everyone hate that shit. I've walked into a room of 30 Hell's Angels, and every single one of them treated me with utmost respect because I treated them the same.
That's all it is. It's something Chris wouldn't understand, but you know.
Oh, Chris would be fucking a ball in his ass.
God, Chris would be tied to a light pole by the end of the night.
Yeah.
About 30 feet off the ground.
If he's lucky.
Yeah. I worry about Chris. That'd be a bad situation for him.
Oh, yeah.
I'd learn what stump broke means.
Yep. I can see Chris being one of those idiots that tries to take his cell phone inside and then gets pissed off when it gets smashed.
Smash. That'd be the fucking nicest thing. All right. Okay. We gotta stop. No more Chris bashing. It's too easy.
Listen, Chris can't survive outside the suburbs.
I want Chris to fucking tell me how knowledgeable he is with geodetic surveying.
Good luck.
He won't touch it.
Why? Sure.
Sean,
Why don't you ask Blue? Why don't you ask Blue how knowledgeable he is on geodetic surveying?
Blue's fucking very knowledgeable on it, and why do I need to ask him? Because he doesn't deny the measurements of the Earth.
Well, those all seem like good reasons to ask him.
Sean,
I'm knowledgeable on it. I use it in my industry.
Have you?
I feel like the fact that he won't deny things is like a good reason.
Have you prepared for our upcoming experiment that we agreed to last night on Jose's?
Huh?
Hold on.
No, it's not the time to be making requests for dinner and shit like that. I can't do that right now. It'll happen though. It's not the time. But I don't even, dude. I don't even get it. You guys want me to eat a fucking pussy pancake, in the hopes that I think it's better. What the fuck?
Oh no, I agree with you that American pancakes are better, but they wanted a blind taste test, so we're going to have the kids eat them blindfolded.
Why are you going to abuse children?
I'm not trying to feed someone else. No, what?
Don't blindfold them.
This is a test that I would enjoy. What are you talking about?
They're eating. They have to tell us which pancake is better, Q, American pancakes or New Zealand pancakes.
See,
why do they have to be blindfolded?
Well, first of all,
so they don't know which one they're eating.
Trash. This is why. This is why you lose the
fucking crepes, tiny skinny pancakes. Like they would
crepes. Crepes are not pancakes; they're
Thank
eggs.
you. So only sheeple came on here
yesterday. It's like an omelet. A crepe is like an omelet. The difference is instead of filling it with like meat and cheese, you fill it with fruit and cream.
Yeah.
Crepe is the same thing as an omelet.
No, so only sheeple in Jose's panel last night was trying to tell us that those things are fucking pancakes in New Zealand.
Well, maybe that's what they call them in New Zealand.
Yeah, I know.
It could just be a word thing.
It started because he asked us if we rolled our pancakes up and then ate them, and we're all like, "What the fuck? What the fuck?"
Yeah.
Okay, well, look, the whole world calls chicken wings buffalo wings, except for the city of Buffalo, where they were made popular first.
But buffaloes don't even have wings.
They just call them chicken wings.
But yeah,
just call them chicken wings in Buffalo, but everywhere else in the world calls them buffalo wings.
No. We call them chicken. We call them chicken wings with buffalo sauce.
Okay, fine. But the thing is that words with food do this. Okay, so pancakes are all kinds of things that aren't pancakes.
Wait a minute, Chris.
Like French fries?
You don't. Yeah. What?
Do you think that French call French fries French fries?
I would think so.
Most definitely not.
Nah. Why? Yeah, I think they do. Why not?
Because you can't do this with food. You can't. Like your bacon argument is probably the only one you're gonna pull out of this.
The
I already had
pineapple
that
on
debate
pizza
once,
one
thank
as well. Yeah, get that one. I want. When were you doing that on MC2? Me and you do Crash. So I want
pineapple.
Yeah. Yeah, because
Oh,
it doesn't belong.
Email them and set it up.
Yeah,
I thought you
do
were
it.
going to. Okay.
I'll don't Travis on me. All right.
Oh, I won't Travis on you. I'll bring a much better prepared presentation than I did for Factard.
Oh, wait. Time out.
Much better prepared than Factard was.
No. Yeah. I'll be more prepared, but I will never be able to top that debate. I'm not trying to. No one's going to. I'm telling you right now, that debate will be the debate of the century. That was amazing. And Crash, you won only because bacon is bacon. But if we had to score an argument, Factard kicked your ass. He kicked your ass.
I'm not arguing that, but his own citation did debunk him. And he tried to tell us that a bagel and a donut were the same damn thing.
Yeah.
The same fucking thing.
Well, he's Canadian, dude. Sorry, Montreal.
No. A bagel is baked and a donut is fried.
So am I to understand, Sean, that Crash has lost the debate with a Canadian?
Oh, man.
I was much less prepared than Factard because I didn't think Factard was going to have a 10-minute presentation.
He did lose the debate, but in all, everyone understood that bacon is bacon, and Canadian bacon is not bacon. It's fucking ham.
Factard tried to win the crowd by diverting to piggy curly fries and piggy.
Stop that!
Penises.
No, I don't want to talk about that.
Curly fries for everybody.
Fucking asshole. Yeah, we got. Yeah.
What do you mean, pork rinds?
No, curly fries.
If you haven't watched the bacon debate,
oh no, not curly fries.
Put it this way, you will never eat a curly fry again in your
I tried
life.
to. I did give it a good go. I got like 26 minutes.
Oh, there's a point where if you watch it enough, you will never ever be able to look at a curly fry or eat one the same ever again in your life.
I don't eat fries.
And that was also the situation where we learned that
Curly or
Farmers
otherwise.
is a farmer.
Specifically curly. What? What? My superior knowledge of pigs
makes you a farmer.
I'm not a farmer.
I had never heard that bacon.
I don't get
American
it.
Bacon is stored
Why
next
are you
to the
so against
tenderizer.
being called a fucking farmer? Why?
Because I'm not a farmer. I'm not a farmer. It's like me pretending to be a mechanic. I'm not.
You're not. You're not a farmer anymore. But as a kid, you were.
I never was.
Yeah.
I never was.
Okay, we'll do this again, farmers. You ready?
I don't care. The answer's the same. I grew up on a farm. I'm not a farmer.
Did you do work on the farm?
Every now and then, yeah. So what?
Farmer.
You're a fucking farmer, dude.
The only question you need to ask you, Sean. Farmers, do you know how to milk a cow?
Nope.
Do you know how to milk a goat?
Nope.
A sheep?
Nope. Okay, wait a minute. I know how to milk a cow and a goat.
Wait. A cat?
We never had
livestock
like that.
Okay.
A cat?
Yeah. Do you know how to cat?
You stroke a cat. You don't milk it.
Do you know how to castrate a pig?
Castrate? Neuter. Dude, they're two different things.
He said
no, thank you.
He knows all about curly fries.
Do you know how to artificially inseminate a cow?
No.
Yeah, you use a BB gun.
These questions, what the fuck?
I had to learn how to do that shit.
Come on, that was a great visual.
No,
it was not. That was not at all. See, the problem is that Farmers was a farmer, and we've proven this, and now he's trying to back out of it, so we really don't even need to ask him questions. Just let him Chris Berry out of it.
I love you guys. You're brilliant.
I'm just saying. I think it's your fault because you're the one who is so adamant about not being a farmer, being a farmer's son.
Yeah, after he comes in here, calls himself farmer.
Yeah,
I call myself farmer's boy.
Hey, farmers, do you know how to cultivate proper cornrows?
Did you just hear Crash? Hey, farmers.
Like, you mean braids? Crash?
No, like planting
You
corn.
said cornrows.
Oh, you mean seed drilling? No, my dad used to do that.
You never
Wait
helped
a
him?
minute. You know how to neuter a redneck?
Ooh, wait.
No?
No, I
Do
don't care.
tell.
No, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know. Hey, farmers, I have a question.
Come on.
No, I don't.
Well,
Farmers,
the
I
answer
have
is you can't. You'll
no.
never get fucking enough.
No,
Farmers,
it's simple. You
hang on,
kick his sister in the jaw.
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
Yeah, that's it.
So, farmers, I'm going to ask you this
Those are
question.
hillbillies.
Farmers, I got to ask
Those are
you a question.
hillbillies. Those are rednecks.
Yeah.
And
Stop
this
being
will,
racist against people with sunburns.
and this will determine whether or not you are or not a farmer. Okay?
Okay. Yep.
Did you ever get paid for helping your father?
I got some pocket money, yeah.
Then you were a farmer.
Yep.
I never paid tax though.
It does, yes.
Doesn't
a lot
matter.
of people don't. You're still a farmer.
It was pocket money. I was a kid. What do you expect?
I need to make
It's called an allowance.
Have you driven a tractor?
Of course I have.
No. Wait.
I've driven a tractor.
No, it doesn't matter.
Who hasn't?
He got paid to farm, therefore he's a farmer.
I will agree with that statement, Sean.
Look,
Yep.
I got paid to skin a deer and then process it into ground meat.
Yep.
Okay.
Does that make me a butcher?
Yes.
Must do. By Sean's logic, yes.
Yep.
Oh, Nicole told me I can't go deer hunting until I buy more hair ties because I used all of hers.
You butchered, therefore you can butch.
Wow.
All right, that didn't come out right.
No, it did not.
I don't think I could pull off the butch.
I'm just saying.
I can't mute myself.
Is Mr. Victory still in the chat, Sean?
Crash. Is your what the? I'm assuming your internet works. Why the fuck are you asking me?
Because my internet works when I'm in here, but I can't multitask right now.
Okay, why would you ask me?
Because you watched the debate the other night, and I was just going to say we learned a lot about a lot of our subscribers during that debate from their super chats.
Okay, do I have a super chat? Did I miss one?
No. Did you not see victories from the other night?
What part of... Okay, maybe we haven't met. Hi, I'm Sean. I don't like reading my chat sometimes. Sometimes I forget it's there. Why would you ask me if someone was in my chat?
I don't know. Because I'm like half stoned right now.
Well, just so you understand, I'm about just past full stoned. So,
awesome. Cool.
I mean, there's a lot of questions you could have asked me. The last question I would have ever thought anyone on my panel could ever ask me was, is someone in your chat?
I really don't know what I was thinking now that my mind is processing that
Because
question.
it's either you think I read it or you think I'm your secretary, and you're wrong both. Wait, hang on, Crash, sir. Let me check for you real quick. Mr. Victory. Yes, Mr. Victory is in the chat. He says, hi, Crash, and fuck yourself.
Awesome.
I love Barney's comment. Hi, I'm Sean. Sean, I'm high.
What's up, Barney?
Yeah.
I honestly thought we were going to be on a roll today. We were going to have a good start. Thought we were going to talk about climate, and Chris effed it up. I hate talking to people that have no clue about a subject. No clue. But some shit they read.
Does he know how to do anything besides Wikipedia something?
He's not good at that either.
Or does he just go through the top 20?
He can probably do decent research, like if he has time. But if we're talking like on like a debate on the fly, he's useless. He did that when we debated. When we
blah blah blah.
when we debated Coriolis, he didn't bring anything. It was just blah blah blah, like Pure just said. It was the same thing. I share everything, and he says that's not true, and then that's it. That's why I like all the debates I've had are fun, but let's keep it real. Like here's a perfect debate, and here's a debate all flat earthers can listen to. Tell Riley, I don't even give a fuck. But if we play the evidence for evidence game, I'll be willing to debate someone and put up my channel for it. That's how confident I am. They're full of shit. That's all it is. They're talkers. They don't present evidence at all. Look at that last upload I did with Riley. Riley just talks.
Yeah, but they can't present something that doesn't fucking exist.
Exactly.
Well, Chris was presenting things today.
Yeah, but he was in the hopes he'd be able to say it. We would read the same headline and then not read it. And I guess he has amnesia because we've done this 1,000 times where we go, Chris, did you read the whole fucking thing? Matter of fact, here's the thing that a lot of flat earthers do. Montreal, you're not a flat earther. They will tell you something like, I have a source. Share that source and then not read a damn bit of it. How do I know this? Because I used to fucking do it all the fucking time. Didn't do it on purpose, but when you see something that agrees with what you say, and your heart goes pitter patter, pitter patter, pitter patter, I'm gonna get all 30 of these motherfuckers to shut the fuck up when I put this link in there. That kind of put yourself in a place where you're gonna get a lot of shit thrown at you because other people do read shit, and that one sentence, even one paragraph reading of sources, is not a good idea. Not a good idea at all.
Right.
It's called jumping the gun.
Yeah.
You're jumping the gun.
Yeah, when someone says source your claim, I suggest you source a claim, source a source that you are knowledgeable of. You know what they're going to say. It's your source. Your source can't be something you found just now. That's not a source.
Yeah. You know, showing up for a gunfight and then wondering where your gun is, it's probably not a good idea.
Hey, can you show me how to load this?
You gotta wait. Hold on, guys. I gotta Google my gun up real quick.
Yeah.
They Google how to load a gun.
See, what happened was I went to Big Five, and apparently I gotta wait. So can we postpone this and do it later?
I thought when you jump the gun, you shoot yourself. So that's what happens.
Chris, don't listen to him. You're fine just the way you are. You keep doing your thing the way you're doing it now.
Barney.
You know what that means, don't
What?
you?
Only a face a mother can love.
You know what jumping the gun means, don't you? You know what it means?
It means you shoot yourself.
No. It means you left the starting blocks too quick. The starter fires the gun to tell you to go. If you go too quick, you jump the gun. That's what that means.
Yeah, I get it. That's automatic lose, right?
Yep. Disqualification.
The second time you do it, you get disqualified.
Yeah, in track and field, it's like a foul.
We let Chris do it 3 times.
There's a lot of sayings around guns, like flashing a pan or going off half cock.
Right.
But they're the old ones. They're the old sort of flintlocks. If you didn't pull it back far enough, it went off half cock.
You guys are going to get me taken down. Good thing foreigners are saying it. YouTube will never understand them.
What, cock?
Cock.
You're not a foreigner. You can't say that.
Don't censor me.
Why? I censor Chris Berry. I got to censor everyone.
Thing that you do to a pistol when you want to fire it, right?
That didn't sound better.
It's what you used to do with
If
the old
I said
flintlock.
it would be even worse.
You had to pull the
thing you do to a pistol when you wanted to fire.
And you pull the hammer back to half cock position.
Holy shit!
I'm
about to
And
make
if you
this.
pulled the trigger, it went off half cock.
Guys, we're about to make this conversation. We're gonna bring it back. I'm happy you're here, Barney, because I wasn't part of a conversation, but I did somewhat overhear a conversation that had something to do with a thing called a pushytron. I would like to know what a pushytron is, because when the bits and pieces that I did hear sounded kind of like my gravity is a push-pull thing that I've been talking about, and I just wanted to clarify. What the fuck is a pushytron?
It's some bullshit Dean was making
has
up.
been
No.
talking about it from, what was it, 2012?
Pete Shea?
Dean was talking about it the other day.
Yeah, well, that's what I remember. I remember he was all like excited about it, and he didn't want to hear the conclusion to it.
I told him they were just changing the name of gravity.
What's a pushytron?
They're not discovering new science. They're just changing the name of gravity.
But wait.
Everything that ends in "on" in physics is a particle.
Yeah, but they were just changing gravitons to pushytrons.
Wait, you guys are making fun of gravitons.
No.
That didn't sound
They're just talking
convincing.
about...
Gravitons are an entirely different thing from an entirely different family of theories.
Okay. Wait, I'm still confused. What's
Pushytron is a term that Stingray made up just to have a name for the particle in Lesage's theory of gravitation.
Yeah, and then he was putting it in the fabric of space. Which didn't really make sense.
So
if that interpretation, so the latest modern version of that theory is called dark fluid, and it's been proposed like a year ago or something like that, and the math is really convoluted, but it's essentially the same thing. It is negative energy and repulsion through curvature of space through negative energy, where space itself behaves like a fluid, and I've said this before. That was my pet theory. I've spent 3 years working on it and had to discard it. So I know a bit more about it than anybody should.
well, what part? Where did it stop? Where did it start not working?
So, since it's a modified theory of gravitation, it would have to apply to all matter everywhere. And that doesn't work because there are various galaxies with various amounts of dark matter. And the second, the prediction of my version of the theory was that the universe has a negative jerk. Do you know what a jerk is?
That's the shape of the shape of its expansion, right?
No. So you have speed. When you measure the rate of change of speed, you get acceleration. When you measure the rate of change of acceleration, you get jerk. Right? Okay. So by that theory, by my version of that theory, it was necessary that the universe accelerates in expansion, which it does, but that the acceleration is constantly decreasing and tending towards zero at infinity. And so far, all the measurements have been that it's not.
Okay, I see.
And the final bullet that killed it for me was the Bullet Nebula, which is literally a place where dark matter is separated from normal matter by inertial motion, and that's an impossibility in that theory.
I see. What's up, George? Sorry about that wait, sir. Okay, I see. But
here I am. I think you're wrong on that one, Barney. Jerk is like Chris Berry and Montreal.
Yes, those are jerks, and so you can also measure the rate of change of jerk and rate of change of and the next ones after jerk are called snap, pop, and crackle.
But
I'm fucking hungry now.
I don't think this ever changes. I've never seen these jerks change.
You guys got jerks and jerk offs mixed up.
And Sean, I think the replacement for the graviton is not the what do you call it?
Pushytron.
Pushytron. It should be the pulleytron.
No, the graviton is a polytron.
Yeah.
How about the Lalatron? How about that one? Did you come up with that one, Barney? Unbelievable.
Well, actually, yeah.
No, that one's all yours.
Well, no, not that one, but it didn't work, and he had to throw it out. That's honest science right there.
I was just curious, how did you separate the dark matter from the actual matter there, Barney?
How did I separate it? No, it was observed by gravitational lensing of the Bullet Nebula, where you can see where the matter is by infrared radiation, and you can see where the mass is through gravitational lensing.
But correct me if I'm wrong, dark matter does not emit light, absorb light. You can measure it, you can weigh it, you can see it. So how did you determine this?
I just told you, gravitational lensing. The only way it interacts is through gravitation, through mass. And when light passes through sufficiently strong gravitational fields, it gets bent. And you can see that things behind it get distorted.
It's just like a magnetic field there in Montreal. You can't see a magnetic field, but you can see how objects interact with it.
Right, you're an expert in dark matter now, George?
Oh, God.
Everyone here is an expert in dark matter. What do you mean?
Because we don't know what the hell it is, right, Barney?
We don't know what it is. We know that it's dark matter.
Yeah,
but you came up with theories about it.
Well, the thing is, either side can't
and then you
argue.
call me dumb.
Well,
yeah,
the thing is, either side can't argue or can't use dark matter in an argument because either side doesn't have enough information to argue. Or to use it in an argument, I guess.
We do this all the time, Montreal. We don't know the true fundamental nature of charge or the true fundamental nature of magnetism. We give it a name.
Yeah, you don't know anything about it, but yet you come out with fanciful theories.
It's not that we don't know anything about it, right? We know very little about it, but those things that we know about it are enough to call it, to give it a label, to call it something.
Yeah, we see how it affects other material, matter, and that sort of thing. We can ascertain, Montreal, a lot of properties of these things without actually knowing fundamentally what it is. It reveals its nature to us through various interactions and experiments.
I've said this on
Isn't the
last
correct
stream,
way
but,
to say this?
Montreal. I've said this
Sorry,
on last
Barney.
stream, but if you kind of consider that there has been a murder and there is a guy who has been shot in the head several times, you can't say, well, it's Bob. Bob is the murderer. And then when somebody asks you who's Bob, you say, I don't know who Bob is, but Bob is the murderer, right? But you can't say there is a murderer. And when somebody asks you who is the murderer, you don't know who the murderer is, but you know that there is a murderer because there has obviously been a murder, right? That's what dark matter is. We don't know what it is. It is something that causes gravitational attraction in those specific areas and not in others. And that gravitational attraction can be measured. So
Barney,
we can say,
isn't it more correct to say that while observing the movements that you thought gravity should have done in the universe, all the calculations were screwed up? Sorry for that. All your calculations were screwed up, and then you came up with a thing called dark matter, dark energy. Wouldn't that be more accurate to say it like that?
No.
I wouldn't call that accurate, but yes, that is one point of view. Yes, you can say that way.
Okay, respect for that. All right.
Like my same argument when I asked you about this last time.
Yeah. As our ability to measure accurately gets better and better and better, and we can measure bigger and further things away with more accuracy, we find that things don't always work the way we think they do. That's called science. Then we discover something new.
Yes, Barney, agreed. But shouldn't they have said, wait a minute, Einstein gravity doesn't explain this. Newtonian gravity doesn't explain this. Maybe we should come up with another theory instead of saying, wait a minute, these gravities still work with what we observe, but we're going to give a name to something that should be there to make our gravity work. Does that make sense to you, Barney?
There's a whole, it's not just one, there's a whole field of those. They're called MONDs, right? Modified Newtonian gravity models, which are all trying to do that. And nobody's been able to do that. For all intents and purposes, it acts as though there is some additional mass there.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but my thing is they're not honest about it. You're the first guy I heard say it like that. They say that they know.
No, we do know that there's a 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration towards the center of the Earth. But why do we need
got to do with dark matter?
Exactly. I think you're late to the party, buddy.
No, I'm not. Listen to you. And why do we need to throw that up? We know that there's an acceleration towards the Earth.
We don't.
He just said we should.
No, he just said that Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity may not be complete because there are measurements that disagree with them.
No, he did not say that.
That's just heard him say that.
No, he didn't do that. You said they were being dishonest about it. And that they should completely throw it out because dark matter and dark energy. But they do explain a lot on a local scale.
No. Let me explain to you re-explain to you what I said. I said, isn't it more honest to say that we don't know? When we look out in the universe and we apply Einsteinian and Newtonian gravity, we look at the galaxies and we see they're not moving like they're supposed to, right? So isn't it more honest to come up with another theory than to say, well, gravity, these two gravities still work the way we say, right? And we just make up shit like dark matter. That's what I said.
Again, but that's
just make up a theory.
As I said,
you're trying to figure.
Montreal, you miss how science works. Is nobody's being dishonest. Nobody's trying to sugarcoat or hide anything. Is what we first try to do. If we make an observation that doesn't fit the current model, we try to first see how we can modify the current model to fit the new data that we have. And most of the time that works, is we just have a more complete understanding of a current theory. It's very rare that we ever have to discard the theory and come up with something entirely new.
I know, but like the proposition of shouldn't they have done this? Yes, they have done that. They have done that hundreds and hundreds of times since we first saw this anomaly. That there are literally hundreds of astrophysicists working on MOND theories for decades now, and new observations are being made and new research is being done trying to kind of find a balance between is it dark matter as in actual substantive dark matter, or is it some version of MOND, of modified gravity, or is it both? There is no point where somebody said no, we're not going to, we're just going to stick to Einsteinian or Newtonian physics and make this thing up. It's all attempts to make it work in any way possible, including discarding Einstein completely. They just weren't able to do it, and still aren't.
No, and that's the thing. It works. Newtonian, physics works locally here on Earth. Einsteinian relativity was another. They complement each other. They don't contradict each other. They work with our solar system. Now, outside of our system, we don't. There's a lot of questions. No, we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Oh, it's exactly what I wanted to say. Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a little story, Montreal. Back in the day when I used to be a gearhead, I had a particular box end open end wrench, and it was a beautiful box end open end wrench. It did everything a box end open end wrench ought to do, until I got to the lockdown bolt for the distributor on a short block Chevy engine, and that box end wouldn't fit I couldn't reach back there because it was at the wrong angle. Now, I didn't look at the wrench and say, well, this thing isn't worth anything. I'm throwing it away. I'm going to build a brand new wrench. No, I didn't do that. I just modified that one a little bit, and it worked fine then for everything.
Yeah,
that's all.
Montreal has a very severe misunderstanding of the theories of gravity. There isn't an either or. It isn't like it's Einsteinian gravity versus Newtonian gravity. Newtonian gravity or explanation is encompassed within the general relativity theory. The general relativity theory and Newtonian mechanics agree when you're dealing with speeds that are much less than the speed of light and dealing with masses on the order of what we're normally used to seeing here on Earth and within the solar system. It just breaks down when you start getting into these huge masses of collections of galaxies that near the speed of light. There isn't a contradiction going on here between Newtonian explanations and the Einsteinian view. They complement, as Pure said, or Newtonian is a subset of the general relativity.
Newtonian can be fully derived from Einsteinian, and that's kind of the problem with all of these Mond theories, that in explaining what's happening with dark matter, they also do have to encompass and cover all of the things which are now observed and measured by examining general relativity, right? The time dilation, which has been measured, space contraction, which has been measured, violation of simultaneity, which has been measured, gravitational waves, which have been measured, all of these things which are predicted and measured by Einsteinian general relativity have to also be explained by this new modified gravity.
Contraction was measured?
Yes.
I didn't know any about this. Can you share a link or something? I want to know more about this, about the experiments.
No, not on the spot like this.
Okay.
I can look up for you, but
yeah, because I know they send a satellite to measure something regarding or just the GPS satellites show the time dilation, but not the length contraction.
No, all three aspects have been measured and still work entirely in concert. If you only had time dilation and didn't have the other two, you would have a complete violation of relativity. You would have a different universe depending on how fast you moved. Like literally, you could concoct different cause and effects.
Just like when they say when you go near a black hole, you age slower, stuff like that?
Yes. The deeper you are in a gravitational well, the time passes more slowly for you compared to someone who is outside of it or who is in a weaker gravitational field.
You see, Barney, this is where I go, no chance in hell. This is all a story, a pipe dream.
Okay.
I can't back it up. I have no proof.
Montreal.
This is where I go, right here.
Okay, hold on, Montreal.
I'll admit it.
I was a denier of relativity until someone, and I've talked to many smart people. I didn't buy anything of what they said until someone mentioned something about the muons, muona, or muons or something like that. Barney, go ahead.
Yeah,
please.
muons.
Yeah, this is what made me understand it or believe in it. It's an experiment, and it's something that could be measured. So, but I cannot explain it to you now. Maybe Barney can enlighten us.
I can. I don't think it's a convincing argument, or that I don't think that it would be a convincing argument to Montreal.
Oh, okay, okay.
Right.
It really convinced me.
Can you convince yourself, Barney? Never mind me. You really believe that when
yes,
a person could go next to a black hole or travel at near the speed of light and they will age slower? You actually believe this?
Yes. That thing has been measured using Earth's gravitational field and using the sun's gravitational field. Like the whole anomaly in Mercury's orbit is that same thing, that time passes slower when you're deeper in a gravitational field. It processes because time flows slower for it. Satellites for GPS, the accounting that they have to account for special relativity and general relativity. The accounting for general relativity is that they're outside, that they're further away from the well than we are, so their time passes different.
Let's see if we can
Those
help
things
Montreal.
have been measured. Like a couple of weeks ago was the most.
I don't want to cut them off while they're in that conversation, but I do want to thank Sean Smith. Thank you for my friend. Super chat. He says, "Want the funk? Hit those thumbs up, people. For fuck's sake." Yeah, hit those thumbs up. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate that, my friend.
And one at the top of the building, and they measured the predicted discrepancy in time.
I'm aware of those tests, even with the 4 cesium clocks they did in the 60s, where they put 4 different cesium clocks and flew them around in planes, and then they came back to a central location in Paris. Yeah, but how does that prove time dilation? It just proves that some clocks read differently than others.
So if it was only that, if it was just that, then you could swap them around and get a different result, right? Or you would have noise. If you measure those distances, the variation in time flow would be just noise. You could get any combination of their discrepancy, but we don't get that. We get within the error margins, we get a clear signal. If you swap the clocks, you still get time dilation on the plane, on the higher, faster moving object. And then you swap them again, and you get the time dilation on the plane, right? Whichever clock you put there, if they're accurate enough, you can get a consistent signal, and that signal is not only consistent, it is in line with the theory. It is in line with the math. It is what is predicted.
Okay, so now this thing that you measure time, is it a real thing or is it a concept?
Everything's a concept.
Right, so we measured a concept.
Everything's a concept. A real thing in itself is a concept. The concept of a real thing is a concept.
No, a real thing is not a concept, Barney. I'm real. Time is not real.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Prove to me that time is real.
Prove to me that you are real.
All right. Do you get paid for a certain amount of money that are worth?
Okay. First of all, we have to. Excuse me.
Montreal.
I didn't hear you. Calm down, bro. Calm down.
Sure, your mic is terrible again.
You're cutting in real bad.
I'll type it in. Somebody ask him this question.
Well, the thing is Montreal apparently has no shame. He comes into every show every day and just displays this utter ignorance and stupidity. You should be ashamed of yourself.
It doesn't even like ignorance.
Up until now, I've been cool with you, but that's about to change.
I don't think it. This doesn't This doesn't appear as stupidity to me. It appears as incredulity. And at least that I can understand, right? All of this is very removed from personal everyday experience. We experience Newtonian physics in almost everything that we do.
Well, Barney, how many times and how many days do you have to explain this to him? Out him.
You don't, but George,
you can piss off. You don't have to explain nothing to me.
Montreal,
Nobody asked you nothing.
Montreal, hang on. George, you came here voluntarily. You don't have to explain shit to Montreal.
I am not.
Okay, so then after that, then there's no other reason. We don't need to hear the opinion you have. I don't care about the personal opinions of anybody right now. You actually interrupted Barney, who was having a conversation, to say that Montreal doesn't know shit. Okay, well, it's not necessary. If you don't want to talk to him, or if you think it's a waste of time, then don't involve yourself in a conversation with Montreal. That's just reality.
Don't waste your time.
That's it. Yeah. If you look, George, put it this way, George. I agree with you. I agree with you on 99% of the things that will be talked about, but it doesn't make it everything you say correct, and it doesn't mean Montreal doesn't need to fucking talk. That's not what this is about.
Well, why don't you? What is it about? Why don't you discuss something that makes sense? And,
well, Barney literally was talking about it, and Barney was having a perfectly good conversation with him. Didn't have to make any personal attacks. Didn't have to tell Montreal that he doesn't want to talk to Montreal because he doesn't think Montreal is correct about anything Montreal says. That's not necessary. If you want, because you've done this before, George, where you go around telling people how ridiculous it is to talk to flat earthers, yet you'll talk to flat earthers, and yet you'll put yourself into situations where you're going to be talked to like this.
No, you're generalizing much too much there. I mean, there's
don't play the prima donna, George. You're in every show.
I got it, Montreal. Because
day after day, you have Montreal, you have Lemonberg.
Yep.
And
Chris Berry. Don't forget Chris Berry. I have Travis on, and any other. It doesn't matter. The idea of what this is here for is to have the conversation. So if Montreal says gravity isn't real, guess what gets to happen? We get to hear about how gravity is real. And that's what I'm here to listen to. If Montreal says that stars aren't real and they're only a mile away, then I get to hear about how we know stars are this far away and how we get to know that conclusion. So it's not just about hearing Montreal and telling Montreal how wrong he is. It literally does have a reciprocation anytime any of those guys say something. Matter of fact, people got to learn shit about climate today when Chris said everything wrong. It's not just them saying something was wrong. It's a conversation of how they're wrong and what the correct response for it is. It's not about me saying, Montreal, you're wrong. It's not about that. And if it's a problem to you, because you've done this before, I'm not generalizing. You literally gone around talking about how no one should be talking to flat earthers, and then 5 minutes later you're talking to flat earthers. You've done it before. I don't need personal attacks. I don't need to hear your idea of how Montreal's mental health is in question. Literally, it's all I care about is hearing if someone's wrong or right, and then hearing the correct response for it. I don't care what you think about anybody on my panel.
Stop running off at the mouth, Jesus Christ!
Why the fuck not, George? This is George. Here's the best part about this. George, here's the best part. I'm not on Jose's panel. No. I want you to understand something, George. I'm not on your panel. I'm not on Jose's panel. I'm on my panel. So if I feel the need to shut you up, shut Barney up, shut Channel Q up, Big Blue, Farmer, it does not fucking matter. If I want to shut you up, I'm going to shut you up and rant my ass off for however long I fucking please. And I've done it for hours on end, and I'll do it right now if I feel like it. I'm not going to stop talking for anyone. Why? Here's the main reason. This is my fucking channel, my fucking panel. See how that works? So if you don't want to hear what Montreal has to say, bye.
You won't shut me up.
Okay, can I flip the script here? I'd like to hear, I mean, we hear all these questions from, flat earthers and whatever. I'd like to flip the script and ask like Barney or Big Blue or anybody else, George, do they have any questions about science I'm interested in hearing what questions they have about science, if they have any.
That's a good one.
That's brilliant, Max.
Yeah. Yes, I have a lot of questions about science. Are particles real? Like, what is literally the thing that I was just talking to Montreal? What is the delineation of real? Can we call forces real and energy real and momentum real because they're just observed regularities that are properties of things that are real, right? Are these second order contingent regularities also real, and do they have existence in themselves? It's more of a philosophical question, but that's not sufficiently answered.
I did not understand the question. So please, again, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Please slowly.
Crow, the way you questioned, what was he saying a minute ago? Particle physics and all that stuff. Yeah, he's asking what do Barney and other guys, what do they question? Like you question that stuff like that. Just in general situation of does it make sense to you in your brain? Maybe, right, Barney? That would.
I think so. Yeah.
Well, there's plenty of questions that many of us have. I mean, one of the questions that I've always wondered about ever since I first taught as an undergraduate is, out of the four Maxwell's equations, why are two of them very symmetrical and the other two are not? Particularly, why is the divergence of the B field 0? Why are there only magnetic monopoles? Why aren't there dipoles like there is with electric fields?
Yeah, I've
actually that's a great question, George. I've had the same question myself.
Yeah, I looked into that. Like 90% of what you said, George, I didn't understand at all. But the dipole thing I looked into, and I thought that was pretty weird too. And then when you look into it more, it's the fact of it happening is so far from ever happening, and the papers you'll find that say it happens. The only one I've ever been able to find, it was one time, I think it was 70s, I think, and it was a false reading, I guess, over a period of time that they normally wouldn't have had or something like that. But that is weird. And it's pretty simple at the same time. If you cut a magnet in half, you'll always have a north and south. You'll never have one. And that was like a mind-blowing situation because I was a flat earther when I found that out, and that kind of took away the whole idea that we could have a North Pole only. Yeah.
I mean, as far as the equations being symmetrical, that's my question. Why are so many of these equations symmetrical, but then you run into some of these other equations that are blatantly taken for truth. They're highly evident, but they're not symmetrical. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
So for every symmetry that I know of, there is a necessary violation of that symmetry. There are very, very, very few symmetries which are always maintained, and like that is one of those questions. Like, why are there violations of symmetries? And like the realization that if there weren't, there would be nothing there. That if everything was symmetrical, there would be no entropy, there would be no evolution of time, there would be just this perfect crystal of everything symmetrical with no particles, no disbalance of energy, no difference of right?
Well, I mean, yeah, but it also could be that we just fully don't understand everything yet, and it is all symmetrical. We just haven't gotten there yet, right?
Yes, but that if it is all symmetrical, that symmetry would have to be 2 orders of abstraction beyond what we now know. That literally means that not only do we not know about the universe, but we don't know about the thing which would tell us whether or not we should know something.
Well, yeah, exactly. So I mean, you just basically philosophized it and said that we'll never get there.
Doesn't entropy rule out symmetry?
No. Well, some symmetries, maybe, not all symmetries.
Okay, I'd
Why
like
would
to get
entropy-
back to one. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Barney.
Why would entropy rule out symmetry?
Because isn't everything in a constant state of unsymmetry by definition?
No.
You know the meaning of symmetry.
Yeah, what's the meaning of symmetry in the question that you're asking?
Well, you guys are saying all the laws into one, like Einstein wanted to make one equation equal everything. Is that what you guys are referring to? Maybe I misunderstood it.
So there are a lot of symmetries in physics, but most symmetries, like there's Noether's theorem. Noether was a mathematician, a woman who kind of showed that every conservation law in itself is a symmetry. But basically, it can be boiled down to whatever comes into a reaction comes out of the reaction, just rearranged. The amount of energy that comes in is the amount of energy that comes out. It just gets rearranged. That goes for everything, for spin, for momentum, for every conserved quantity. There is a symmetry, right?
Okay, I have a question. I was curious why George flipped out like a little girl when I brought up time and what time is. I want to hear George's, since he's such a smart ass, he knows everything. I want to hear George's explanation about time.
Can you be a little more passive aggressive about it?
Well, you heard what he said about me. Did I ever talk like that to you, Barney?
Well, let's just
Have
try.
I ever spoken like that with you, Barney?
I understand Montreal, but let's just try. That's just for the
Okay, I'm sorry.
For the simple
George, pretty please with a ribbon on it.
Yeah, like show him how.
Can you tell me your explanation of time?
Because it's trolling, because you know that he's easy on the trigger, and if you poke him a bit more, then he's going to overreact more, and we're just going to get off topic more. And
no, I thought I had a truce with him, but tonight he came out guns a-blazing. I don't know, maybe he had a bad night, but hey, I take it as it comes.
Questioning
time, George. What's your explanation of time?
Here, let me check on mic. Is it coming through all right?
So the nature of time is under huge discussion for a long time now. What is it and how does it work? There's a huge discussion between A theory of time and B theory of time and the block universe, right? Whether all of the past and all of the future actually coexist as this one huge crystal. That's the interpretation that I have. And our measurement of time is just gradual movement through the slices of that predefined crystal, which contains all of past and all of time, right? That's the block universe model.
Right. There's also the constant movement of time, and then there's the how did they say it? Like tick-tock, like you know what I'm saying? Not constant, like block movement of time. But these are all, theories. Time in itself, what is it?
It is the change of things, the rate of change of things.
Right. So it's a concept. It doesn't actually exist. It's something that we made up to describe one, one step from another, let's say.
We make up everything. We give words to all our observations and how we view the world. We create words to describe and to refer to these things. And
exactly.
And what we
everything's a concept.
A kilogram doesn't exist either.
Mass is a concept. A rock is a concept. Human is a concept. A thought is a concept. right? You cannot think without conceptualizing it in your mind. Now, all of those concepts are symbols that relate to something real in the universe. Now, a rock symbolizes an object in the universe. Time symbolizes the rate of change in the universe.
Agreed. So we agreed time is a concept, right?
Everything's a concept, yes, including
No,
time.
everything is not a concept. No, you're wrong, Barney. I'm sorry.
Okay, tell me something that isn't a concept.
A rock. A rock is an object. It occupies space.
And how
it
did
has
that rock?
shape.
How did that rock get its name and its shape?
Barney,
A rock
on.
occupies space. A rock occupies space. Is space real, or is it just a concept?
And it has shape. We're talking now physics, physical, something physical, and time is a concept.
I think what's going on here, Barney, is somehow he's getting confused or trying to differentiate between tangibles and intangibles in terms of concepts.
No, I'm trying to show you guys that sometimes you don't know what you're talking about. And when you say, I always say, nah, I'm giving you actual stuff here. And I'm showing you that a physical object is a physical object, and what we perceive as time is a concept. And I made you admit to both things. So you see, I'm not just spouting off stuff.
Do you really think we don't understand that, Montreal?
Sometimes I wonder, Blue.
Do you really think that?
Sometimes I wonder.
But we understand rock made up of a certain amount of matter and material is an object. So the word, hold on, sir, you've been speaking forever. So the word rock is a concept to describe those things made up of certain minerals. Now we can break them down into granite and pumice and these kinds of things, also concepts. We give names to things. And time, we give a measurement of 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 365 days in a year, 24 hours in a day. See, we give all those arbitrary numbers and values to things.
And if those concepts, if those words weren't signifying anything real, then there would be no correlation there. You wouldn't be able to point to a thing in the past or a thing in the future or a thing in the present and distinguish between those things, because time would just be a concept, right? So whatever the concept is, yes, I agree. Our concept is imperfect and it is limited by what our brains are able to conceive. That goes for anything, everything, including a rock. However, they signify something that is real, permanent, measurable, persistent, observable, real, right? So the concept signifies something real. In the same way that rock signifies something real. You have a concept of a rock. When you look at this bunch of atoms, you say, well, that's a rock, as opposed to this thing, which is a sponge. This is a rock. A sponge is not a rock, right? So that rock is a concept. The fact that it is a rock is a concept.
No, Barney, I'm sorry, man. That's not how it works. A rock is a rock. It's a physical object. Excuse me. Time is a concept. Let me finish. I'll let you speak after, man. Let me answer Barney. Now, my beef with that is, since we agreed that time is a concept, then we go and you take it further, and you take another thing which is called space, and you put them together, space and time, and it bends another theoretical thing called the fabric of space. Now we're going into woo-woo land. See what I'm saying? Two theoretical things made something bend.
You connected dots that weren't there. The concept of time, we ended up giving it because we figured out that we were revolving around the we were revolving on our axis, so there's about 24 or 23 hours in 56 minutes in a day, so it's rounded to 24. And then we found out that to get back to where we are in our elliptical orbit around the sun, there's about 365 days in that year. So we gave these arbitrary numbers, and it made it, work out pretty well. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Every few years we have a leap year, but that's okay.
I'm not disputing that. You said it yourself. We assign them arbitrary numbers. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm not disputing that.
Values. Yep. We figured out numbers and values and stuff like that, and it works out pretty well.
You're absolutely correct, sir.
But it's
wait.
Let's elliptical orbit to our solar system.
Barney is.
I'll tell you what I have a problem with
is conscious thought a concept or is it real? Montreal.
Well, if you figure that one out, Barney, you're going to have a Nobel Prize. Is it the brain? Is it the matter? Is it the spirit? These are questions that have been asked, since the beginning of time.
Do you believe your thoughts? Do you believe your thoughts are real? That's what I'm asking you.
Well, they're real to me.
Okay.
Yep.
You should be questioning.
But are they real? Can anybody else see my thoughts or hear my thoughts?
Time is just as real as your thoughts are.
No. You can't equate those two. You can't equate those two things, Blue.
Identically the same thing. Come on now.
No.
Montreal,
my thoughts are. Well, hold on. I'll tell you why you're wrong, Blue. My thoughts are produced by gray matter, right? There's something there. I can smack my head, and I could, it's there. It's here. You can smack your head too. Don't do it too hard, though.
You'd be better off arguing that that space-time is not a fourth dimension, Montreal. That would be a much better argument.
Yeah, Euclidean 3D space, as opposed to La La Land 4D space.
You're still it's still only three-dimensional. It's just a point in time in space, in a three-dimensional portion of space at a specific time does not make it another dimension.
Montreal,
exactly.
if a rock is a real thing, and I will agree with you on that. If you have two rocks, is the distance between those two rocks a real thing? Is there an actual distance between them?
Well, yeah, that's part of the thing of a real thing. You have to be able to draw a line between you and that object. So yes, an object has to occupy space. It has to have shape, and you have to be able to draw a line between you and that object. Yes.
Yes, so I'm asking you about that line, about the distance between. You have two real things which we both agree are real. Now I'm going further. The third thing, the distance between those two things, is it a real thing? Is there a real distance between them?
Something that we can hold?
Is it real or is it merely a concept? Right? It has no physicality.
There has to be something there. There's space in between the two objects, yes.
And that space is consistent and measurable. It is observable, right? I would call that real.
It's not observable. The space in between the two objects is not observable. Unless there's fog there.
Yes, it is. You can take an object and put it in between them and see how well it aligns with the gap between those two objects and see that it's a consistent distance. That distance.
In that sense, right? It's a distance,
Yes. So when are events real? When a rock hits a rock and it produces a sound and sends tremors through the rocks, is that event a real thing?
Well, of course, Barney. If you're witnessing it and it happens.
So
what's your point?
I'm getting there. When you take two rocks and hit them once and then hit them together again, those two events, which are real things, their distance is in time. Is it a real thing? Is there really the first knock and then a second knock and a space which is measurable between those hits that we can all agree are really that amount of time has passed on.
We can agree on what we call time, what we've come to measure through the observation of the sun and blah blah blah. Yes, I'll agree with you on that. Yeah.
So if we agree on that, then for my purposes, for what I consider real, you have just agreed that time is real. There is the first one and the second one, and there is a measurable distance between them, between those two events. The events being real. Now, they all stem from the physicality of the rock. Agreed, right? The rock has existence in itself. If everything else in the universe were to disappear, the rock would still be a rock. Whereas if everything else disappeared in the universe, the distance wouldn't no longer have a meaning. What is a distance between two rocks if there are no rocks in the universe, right? What is the collision of two rocks if there are no rocks in the universe? What is the distance in time between those collisions if there are no rocks in the universe? So that's what Kant called actual existence versus contingent existence, right? But things which are contingent on other things still exist. And in that sense, time is real. It necessarily exists. We observe it, we measure it, it is real. That thing which we call time. Right? Now,
I don't know where to start. You said a lot of things there, Barney.
I'm just trying to explain what I mean when I say that time is real.
No, I get it. I get what you're saying. Basically, what you're saying is time is the measurement between two motions, two actions.
Yes.
I can agree with you on that. I can agree with you on that. But that's just our explanation. Time in and of itself is
that's a definition of what it is.
Yes.
Yes.
But it's not what it is.
In the same sense, when you say rock, that is not what it is.
No. When I say rock, when you tell me, what do you mean, rock? I can go up to you and say, here you go, Barney. This, take it, open your hand, put it in your hand. This is a rock. You cannot do that with time.
Yes, you can.
Really?
I can do it. I can do it with time. Like, you cannot give me a rock right now, but I can show you time right now. The thing between now and now is time.
Yeah, but it's a concept, Barney. Just explaining an event. It's not real. Here, I can explain to you a pink giraffe.
Montreal.
And I can explain to you a pink giraffe going over here, Barney. But it doesn't make it real, brother.
Montreal, listen. This is time right here. This is called 4/4 time. That's time.
Metronome?
No, that's you smacking, I don't know, your knee or whatever. Clicking.
No, I just sat here and snapped my fingers in 4/4 time. That's a metronome. Now, I gave you time within that sound, that space between those clicks. You can give me what we arbitrarily named a rock, which is made up of different minerals. It could be, you can call it fucking, flim flam and schneebelgors. It doesn't matter. That space between the snapping of my fingers is time. The description of time.
Nope. It's just you snapping your fingers and telling me the intervals in between those snaps. It's called time. Here, I can do it too.
Yes. Yes. That is literally.
That is not time.
Yes, it is. Is there a real distance between those events? If there is a real distance, the medium in which that distance is measured is real. And we label it time. Now, what our ideas about it may not be entirely correct, but there is a thing, a real, observable, measurable, consistent thing, demonstrable as just demonstrated, that is
I'm glad you
real.
mentioned that, Bernie, because
Go ahead.
your ideas of time are incorrect, because your ideas of time say that the past, present, and the future could coexist simultaneously. Am I correct in that?
Somewhat, yes.
You know you have to say yes, right?
Yes, I said yes.
So, you see, you know, I mean, come on, guys. When do you say enough is enough? When do you call Einstein's bull? I mean, when do you start thinking for yourself?
That's not Einstein. That's literally me speaking for myself. I am convinced of the block universe. Einstein wasn't.
No, you didn't come up with that time being simultaneously. That wasn't your thought, Barney. Somebody came up with it, and you're agreeing with it. That wasn't your thought. Let's be honest.
No, that is the conclusion that I got to while studying general relativity, and then later I found out that there are two things called A theory of time and B theory of time in philosophy, and much later I learned that there is a concept called the block universe. But
So
the
theory
original conclusion for it was my own reasoning about what must necessarily be, not necessarily, what seems to come out of the explanation of my understanding of general relativity and curvature of space-time and what space-time is, and right.
Barney, you're an
What
intelligent
causality
man.
is.
You are an intelligent man. I'll even say you're
Thank
more
you.
intelligent than me
That's
in the
irrelevant.
sciences. You're more
That's
knowledgeable.
entirely irrelevant.
No, but this is what I mean. You cannot possibly believe that the past, future, and the present coexist simultaneously. You cannot believe that and call yourself an intelligent human being.
So I can understand that if you use a specific meaning of the word coexist or simultaneously, that statement just doesn't make sense. And I agree. If you use those, then that
I
statement
don't use
just
them,
doesn't
Barney.
make sense. No. I'm saying them right now. In that sense, yes, it doesn't make any sense.
I'm telling you the theory. Let's be
time
clear,
coexisting
Barney.
if coexisting requires time, right? I understand that. I also reject that model, right? That's a nonsensical statement. However, I believe that there is a determined state for the past. Things that have happened in the past have happened, and things which are happening right now really are happening. And general relativity demonstrates, and has been measured that you can have violation of simultaneity. So there is some slip there of what is happening right now for everybody. So what's happening right now for me and what's happening right now for you may reverse order as long as they're not causally connected, meaning that at least some portion of the future has already happened for somebody. And if it has already happened for somebody, then that just cascades on, and the whole universe must be determined in that sense.
Barney, if you hadn't read that somewhere, there's no way that you would have come up with that story. No freaking way you would have came up with that story on your own.
Why not?
Because it's totally ludicrous.
No, it's
Montreal.
not.
Totally ludicrous.
Why do you keep calling people liars, Montreal?
No, he didn't call me a liar.
No.
Barney,
that wasn't personal.
Yeah, no. I didn't take it as personal. I don't think you've called me a liar. I didn't come up with all of it on my own. I did learn a lot of stuff which were foundational to it, but my understanding of how all those things come together is mine and my alone. And I think that everybody that comes to grips with things which are that unintuitive has to develop their own kind of internal theory of how all those things connect together. What are the knowns and what are the unknowns? So yes,
Barney,
a large
I
portion
respect your
of
opinion, brother. Respect your opinion. I reserve the right not to believe any of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's all.
You have that right. Everybody has the right, or not merely the right. I do not think that you have a choice in what you believe. You will either get convinced or you won't by the evidence and the preporters of evidence and understanding. You can refuse to understand. You can just negate everything to stay where you are. I have been convinced by how well it works, how all those things fit together, and how well they predict and explain the reality that we live in, and how they are evident in everything that we do. Like the fact that your computer works here and works when you turn it on the plane would be impossible if it wasn't for general relativity, because electronics would fail. Because Maxwell's equations wouldn't work if C wasn't constant. And if C is constant, then special relativity is necessarily true.
There's a glitch in what you just said right there when you equated C with the computer electronics. Where is the speed of light C calculated in, Barney? Isn't it in a vacuum?
So C
and
as
where
the
do
speed of
computers
light,
operate?
So C as in the speed of light, yes, but C is much more than just the speed of light. It is the speed of causality. It is the speed at which things can affect each other. And that C, that theoretical number that light actually never reaches, because it can never find perfect enough of a vacuum. And even if you had perfect enough of a vacuum, you would have virtual particles showing up in it to make it less of a perfect vacuum. So light actually never moves at the speed of light. But that C, that constant, that number which describes the fastest possible propagation of things, is fundamental to how electronics work.
So
it is everywhere in it. That is literally where Einstein drew up his theory, by realizing that C from the work of Lorentz, who found it in the work of Maxwell, right?
So back to flipping the script. We haven't heard from Farmer's Boy or Sean Smith or Sean G or Pure Anarchy. What are their questions? What kind of questions do they have about science that they
Hey, can I just give me 30 seconds? I want to say something.
Go ahead, George, because
just something Barney said that I'm uncomfortable with regarding the speed of light. The speed of light is what it is in any given medium, Barney. I think what you should have probably said is we can never attain the very fastest number for the speed of light, which would be in a perfect vacuum, that which is given by the permittivity and permeability of free space. But speed of light has different values in different mediums, but it is the speed at which light travels.
So I would say, so when you say the phrase speed of light, that refers to the constant.
Yes, but that constant depends on the medium that you're in.
And when you say that light moves at a speed, the light never actually moves at that speed which the constant defines, which we call the speed of light.
Again, I disagree with that. The constant depends on the medium you're in, because the permittivity or the permeability number changes. Speed of light is 1 over the square root of the product of the permeability times the permittivity of the medium. So that is a very specific, well-defined number for any given medium.
Yes, fair enough. But that's not the constant of the speed of light.
Yes, it is for that medium.
That is the constant. The constant changes. Do you realize what you're saying?
Yes, the constant. The constant is the medium.
Very rarely, Barney, does he realize what he's saying.
No, the constant. The medium determines the constant for that particular medium. What you're referring to, C0. C is the number that depends on the medium. C sub 0 is what we typically give the designation for the speed of light in a vacuum?
Yes.
Okay, so
C's of 0 is considered a physical constant, which defines the relationship between space and time and mass and energy.
Right, but that is not the speed of light. That is the speed of light in a perfect vacuum. That's what I'm saying, is you just have to be careful how you define or say these words. To say the speed of light, that doesn't necessarily imply that you're talking about a vacuum.
Okay.
That's all. Nothing more.
Okay, back to my script flip. Anybody else want to express their questions of what they have about, like?
Why would I want to hear flat earthers butcher science?
It's only if you want to hear perspective, but you sound pretty close-minded, so never mind.
Oh no, I'm pretty open-minded. I actually listen to people that are, that know what the hell they're talking about.
Sure.
Well, don't you have any questions that you've tried to figure out that you can't understand pure anarchy?
I would ask somebody like Blue if I had a question, or Soundly if I had a question.
Okay, so that's a no. Farmer's Boy, do you? Farmer's Boy?
No, I'm fine at the moment, thank you.
Why would you ask a question of people that share your perspective? That's the definition of closed-mindedness.
Because no, it's not. I asked Barney, and Barney gave me a very good question that he questions, and that's a great. That's something that I'm probably going to look into. And George gave a question that he has questions with, and I correlated with that question too. I had the same question, and it just so I mean I don't see anything wrong with asking other people in the same boat that I'm in what questions they have.
And if I had a question, I would ask somebody that's knowledgeable on the subject.
But you learn the most from people that don't think the way that you do.
But that's
the
something.
point.
That's something that's really important that I don't think comes across enough. That I mean, everyone here thinks completely different from each other, and and all our levels of understanding are different as well. And even worse, our ways of interpreting it and it actually coming out of our mouths are all different in our ways of doing it. There's nothing that's the same here. There's no parroting happening. Anyone who's speaking extensively about a topic is usually someone like Barney, George, Big Blue, that have spent years looking into these stuff. Some more than others. So it's this idea that it's like a parroting or an overconfidence in knowledge. I don't think that's an issue on this panel. I just don't see that.
I got a question, maybe a point to make, if you allow me to.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jose.
What's up, everybody? Now, I question myself sometimes. If today, 2020, the future, where we got all the history previous to us in our hands, in the internet or libraries or anything, let's hypothetically say like all the information goes away, all the books burn, the internet goes away, everything wipes out and deletes. All we have is the information in our brains. So we will know the Earth is a sphere and is this size. We will know the distance to the moon, the distance to the sun. But if everything has to be built again, visually, mathematically, if everything has to be built up, modeled, every single aspect of the Earth and everything, all the physics, how it works, how long will it take us, starting today, how many years, weeks, months, decades, to build all the knowledge that we have as for today, with the technology of today, but without any data, reading data, visual? I think it's you could maybe try to figure out what my point is.
Would we know what we know today?
Yeah.
What we know today, but get it all in reading and presentable, for everybody to research, look it up, and figure it out. Yeah.
That's a great question, bro. The Dark Ages.
That's the thing.
Somebody could speak on that.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's important to ask that question. Is it with the knowledge we have today?
No, yeah,
versus
we all the
before?
knowledge, we all the knowledge that we have today, because
Okay.
I think that's my question. It will be a lot easier because everybody will know, everybody will have in their brain the mathematical equations, the how they decipher. But then we're gonna need now new tests. If they say, they measure the transit from this
To actually
planet to another
show it.
observation,
Yeah.
it has to be done again as to repeat it, because they say it's been done, but we need to do it again because all that evidence is being erased. No books, no interweb. So how long do you think from today as for everything is being done again?
Yeah, I
think to get it back to current state, it would only take actually, that was a question by that was proposed to, and answered by a good friend of mine. Paper. Actually, with the current knowledge that we have, to get it back to written form and dispersed, across the globe, just a few years.
George, you're gonna add to it.
Yeah, I was being a little more pessimistic than Pierre. I was going to say probably within 10 years we'd have technology and the infrastructure all back. But I mean, it just depends upon what you're saying is going away.
Yeah.
Like factories or our foundries have gone away. It's going to take a while to reconstruct that stuff, but we're going to be able to do it without the books because it will be in the minds of the experts and the engineers and scientists.
No, what it goes is the information, the
yeah,
visual, the written and visual information only.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think it'd be probably a little faster than what George said, because of I guess like he was saying, the experts that are already here. I think what we would start seeing the lack of or a downfall in is once those experts passed on or it became time to teach the younger generation these things, because the teaching aspect is going to be the problem if we're losing everything you're saying, Jose. So it's like at the beginning ain't going to be the problem because the experts are going to know how to get things back on running, but keeping those things running is going to be the challenge because they're going to have to teach someone from scratch. They're not going to have the textbooks. That's going to be where the problem starts.
Yeah, the hands-on learning.
Something like that did happen in the past, guys. You know that, right?
Yeah, but
a mini thing. What Jose just said happened in the past.
Yeah,
with the Library of Alexandria, we know.
Not only that, the Dark Ages.
But without the written word and the textbooks, much to the dismay of Montreal and Jose, to an extent, everybody would have a whiteboard.
Well, the thing is, you teach people the knowledge systems that gave access to that knowledge. So the knowledge system and the truth system that built up that foundation of knowledge will become even more important than the knowledge itself. You need to start from the foundation to build up a mind capable of thinking in those terms again.
But at that point, it wouldn't be for truth. You stated a truth system. At that point, we'd be trying to resolve the facts so that we can.
But there will be a lot of factors that will be theoretical and hypothetical. As for today, we got it evidence as for men stepped on the moon or we sent probes to Mars or this or that. Now, from there on, they say we theorize that the surface of Mars is made of this. We theorize that the surface of moon is made out of this, and this is the gravity because it hasn't. It's not evidence. There's no evidence left. There's just a testimony, if you know what I mean. So it's going to be things that are going to be half-assed done, you know?
Well, here's the thing. If that happened, science or all these experts in the fields, they give a shit less about the moon, Mars. Their primary focus would go back into science to catch up again. They wouldn't be searching for anything new at the very beginning.
The thing is, Jose, is it wouldn't take as long this second time to get us back there. Say if we wanted to go to the moon rather than taking 10 years, we could probably shave that in half because we already know there's people out there with a knowledge base that knows the mistakes and knows what doesn't work, that we don't have to repeat those mistakes to build those vehicles to transport us from the moon.
Yeah, everything will have a jump start. Again, it's going to be the
like
the later
exploration on Earth. Actually, exploration on Earth is gonna be the first thing. Again, for the accurate measurements to have it in the books, by new surveys, everything, because it's a lot of work on Earth. You got to do it before explore the oceans, whatever far you can go. Explore Earth every inch.
100%. Well, you got to remember they were doing that way early in times, a long time ago. They were, nomads, and they were traveling, oceans at a certain point. Again, those are going to be the easy things to do. We're going to have to. I mean, I see what George was saying. The question you asked is super loaded because there's so many variables to answer that question. I think if we're talking just pure general, we're all on the same page. But I mean, literally, there are so many avenues to talk about if that were the case, just in everything,
I know, I loaded it up.
No,
Too broad,
it was a good question, though. Yeah.
But Sean hit the nail on the head and said it really quite aptly, is to sum it all up, we'd have a huge jump start on everything.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, we don't have to learn it again. All I got to do is, call up Jesse and be like, hey, we guess what, dude? We got a few years. We got to go fucking remap the states. And he would
true.
be able to go do it because we both know how to do that. My buddy Mark, who's another geodetic surveyor. I ain't gonna dox him. I'm just gonna get Mark. He works real good. Guess what? Us three can go fucking map the United States. It might take us about 20 some odd years, and I don't know if Jesse's got that long, but I mean, we could teach somebody we could teach Sean how to do that. So me, Sean, and Jesse and Martin go map out the United States. Guess what? We have the knowledge.
How many people on Earth you think could build a motherboard?
Nowadays,
nowadays,
80% of every
from scratch,
80%
without machines, without tools, without knowledge.
Montreal, probably an 8-year-old, Chinese 8-year-older, maybe.
He's kid 8 years up and what?
In his garage, like part-time.
Well, put it this way, Montreal. Do you think you could build a 2019 car from scratch?
Not a chance in hell.
You think you can be able to pull an engine and tranny of a car that was built in the 80s, 90s?
Fuck yes, I can.
I have no mechanical expertise.
Okay.
We need somebody else for that one.
Well, my point was is the advance in technology changes things. So earlier trucks like 70s, 80s, if you looked in their engines, if you're a mechanic, it's pretty simple to pull those engines. If you look at a truck now, 2020, it's what I call electrical. That means they have like 5 harnesses and all these other things.
Easy example.
Yeah, but you're assuming.
Montreal? Can I open a VCR, a VHS, break it down in pieces? I don't even have to look. Just throw all the pieces and then put it back together, and it's working. Yes. Can I open a smart TV today or a freaking Blu-ray disc player? Hell, fucking no.
Yeah. Your example is even better. Yeah, it's literally just the advance in technology and where we're at. The other thing is I'm pretty sure all of us think we got this computer thing kind of figured out, but there's a million 15, 16-year-olds who know this stuff 10 billion times better than we do. So I mean, it's
but Sean, you're missing the point. They didn't know how to put it together. I can put together a computer. I've done it many times, but ask me to build the processor or the motherboard or any chip. How are you going to do that? How are you going to build that?
I'm going to call George.
How are you going to build a circuit?
George probably knows how. I'm gonna network.
Well, that's why I'm saying it would take a while. There are, tradesmen, engineers, scientists, and that could put this technology together. It will take some time because you're going to have to build a foundry that can grow the crystals, the silicon ignits that you slice to make wafers, and then you're going to have the photolithography people putting mask sets together, and then you have people to build the optical systems to image the circuitry, you know, on the wafer, and then you have to have the engineers that do the circuit design. So it's going to take some time. It's not going to take the 50 years that it took us to get there. I think probably in 10 years you could rebuild that technology given the knowledge base of the appropriate people.
Well, I would agree and disagree with you there, George, because we still have to build the internet first. All the coding and everything that was involved, all the servers, everything that was involved. If you're talking about no information that we had written down, I mean, you're talking years of things that were built up, and if we didn't have the technology, hold on, George, let me finish. If we didn't have the technology and we had to create it from scratch, we already know what works and what doesn't work, but it's still going to take time to be able to do that.
That's what I said. I think you could probably do it in 10 years. You don't need the internet to build chips. We didn't have the internet when we built the first transistors and ICs and the more advanced ICs. I mean, the internet really didn't come into its own until about the early to mid 90s, you know?
Right, exactly. But to go, I mean, because right now you have people that are learning the coding part that is added on to the coding part that was written back then. Things like that. Things that we've used for years and years, and even like you said, building the foundries, all that stuff, and then getting the resources together. I think we're looking at more like 150 years.
Oh no! What Jose proposed?
We still have the knowledge. We're not starting over as if we don't have the knowledge. We already have the knowledge. We just got to implement the knowledge to do it.
Exactly. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying, which is the process of building it all up. Right now, we have factories. We have to build all of those factories again.
No, we didn't lose the factories. We have the knowledge. We just don't have the internet and the books to rewrite.
Okay. I understand now. So we just have the technology and the knowledge of how to use the technology. Got it.
Yes. Now, if you wiped everything off and started from scratch, with all that, sure. But yeah, his question was, if the books were gone, the internet was gone, all the stuff that we basically take advantage of today, but we have the knowledge. How long would it take to bring all that knowledge and put it back into books and basically get the internet and everything up and running? We can do it in 10, maybe less.
If you had the infrastructure, maybe.
Yes, if we didn't have the infrastructure and we had to rebuild it, people that know how to do all that shit, geodetic surveyor, scientists, and all that shit, we're putting a mountain, and basically we just fucking nuked the entire planet, lost all infrastructure and everything. Rebuild it, yes, it would take some fucking time. They came out, and we started the world all over again. No Ford or Chevy plants. No, power plants. No solar fields. No wind farms. Shit like that. And had to redo everything, just with the knowledge that we had, and had to recreate the tools. Yeah, Sean's more on it. 150 years.
Yeah, even that is still kind of like I mean, that's still pushing it pretty close. Yeah. That's like everybody's working together.
Now there's where all hell can break loose with different like scientists now that they propose something different. They say, yeah, let's entertain the ideas, but then all these different paradigms are gonna be, is it on the movement of the earth? Yeah, the knowledge is in their brains, but all the tests and all the experiments have to be done again. You have to build, rebuild everything, do the tests, and put the numbers. Will there be another debate about the ether? Maybe about electromagnetics about what this dark matter is versus plasma, all that stuff. Will there be a lot of debates, and will they come into consensus faster now, or will it take longer? I mean, it's a tricky one.
I have no idea.
Well, if the world has to go that way, then the world is going to be flat. If it's such a huge, war, so the Earth is going to be flat at that time.
I don't give a fuck. I mean, I'm gonna fight every fucking Harley, mechanic out there that says the goddamn twin cam is better than the Evo, because there ain't nothing better than a fucking Evo. I will fucking pound the shit out of that motherfucker.
Thank you. Very articulated answer, Anarchy. Appreciate that.
You're welcome, sir.
That was a lot of nothing, just swearing words. One on top of the other one.
Dude, no. Dude, well, you're not a motorcycle enthusiast, dude. The Evo motor stopped in about 1998, 99, and they went with a twin cam motor. Evo motors didn't break down. Twin cams, that's why you see Harleys in the shop all the fucking time. Guess what? I rode my Evo motor from Cincinnati, Ohio to El Paso, Texas. That's why it didn't break down.
Twin cams suck.
Exactly.
All right, what do you guys think? About the point I made? Do you think we'll take it longer? Will it be any debates about if it's geo or heliocentric, for example? If there's plasma in between us and near the sun and other places, what do you guys think, like for real? What will Barney or George think? Will it be any debate whatsoever?
Remember, you said we have the knowledge, so we know that,
Yeah, but it's knowing. It will be a testimony or just a personal pretty story, but there need to be tests and experiments done again.
Well, yeah, I mean, there is plasma between us. There's these things called galactic filaments.
You are roboting Maxwell. You. This is much more important. Can anyone name that animal?
He's a Z-horse, bro. Z-horse.
I name him Jim.
I named him Kazabra.
You ready? You ready?
You got a zebra and a zorse.
That's a zonkey.
Yeah.
It's the first one ever.
I was gonna say that was a short snout for a horse.
It's the first kind of its kind. It's a zebra and a donkey.
Can we name it Lemon?
So they call it a zonkey?
Apparently. It was news to me up until about 3 seconds ago.
Don, can we name it Lemon?
Sure, what was your...
It's not ours to name.
I would answer that, Pure, but Sean wouldn't like my answer.
Well, that's why I asked John.
Pure,
come on, dude. Can we name it Lemon? Hold on, Crash.
No. Why do you want to call it Lemon?
Because it looks.
What was your point about the junk ass things that we call Twinkies?
No,
damn, I really wanted to know. I guess I'll do the topic in my channels to ask questions to see if there's any debate about the shape and the spaces and the movements. I'll do that later. Sorry.
You were on
I
to
tried.
Did you just build up for your channel? Is that what you just did, Jose? You just building up for your channel?
Sorry. I asked a question. Then Anarchy keep talking about Twinkies and motorcycles, and he don't allow George or Barney to give me an answer. I really was looking for an answer to a point I had.
Oh, sorry. What was the question?
Let me see if I remember. They obfuscated twice. Yeah.
There be a debate.
Something plasma changes the shape of the universe?
You see, Anarchy cannot stop talking. I couldn't hear none of you.
Yeah, hang on. Bring up here. Go ahead, Brian.
So, if I got the question right, if it turns out that there's intergalactic plasma or interplanetary plasma, does that change the debate about geocentric, heliocentric shape of the universe, shape of the Earth? No, it doesn't.
You kind of got a little convoluted, but something like that. Will it be because people already knows that the Earth moves and rotates at this rotation, and the distances are right, and what is in between Earth and the Sun, for example. and people knows the Earth is moving now. They can put that on books, but where is then all the tests, the experiments to be done? So it's going to be kind of all the information will be there, but all the tests and experiments still have to be done. Will somebody step up and say, no, I'm proposing the ether again, and we're going to do all those tests again until all the tests are not done? Then it's going to be a debate alive and well. For example, it's only one example about the whole cosmology, how the distances, the what is between, the material, the physics, everything.
So first of all, we already know that the universe is filled with plasma. So that won't change if we find out that the universe is filled with plasma.
Now,
how do we know?
Now, the tests and the experiments have to be done because we need the data done today. All the data disappear. All the information is gone forever. So you can tell me it's made of unicorn farts, but we got to test that and do the experiments again.
Sorry,
That's the whole thing. The data need to be existence.
In that case, I completely misunderstood the question. So
It's kind of following up of my first question. If all the information is wiped out and deleted, it's all in our brains. We need to do the experiments and the tests again. Will the debate then come back to life? I propose is the ether, I propose is whatever, and somebody else says something.
Yes, except it won't be ether, and we won't be calling it energy. And it might even have different formulas with equivalent ratios, equivalent conserved quantities. Basically, any physical property, such as energy, such as force, such as momentum, are all kind of arbitrarily derived by what seemed simplest, by what people could use to best describe reality. But there is no guarantee if we start from the beginning that we wouldn't come up with some others which would describe the same regularity, right? In the same sense, like we have done this to some degree. I've talked before about the different kinds of mechanics, right? You have Newtonian mechanics, and those are kind of the simplest and the best known to everybody, to broad populace. But you also have Lagrangian mechanics, which don't use momentum and don't use force and don't use mass. They use action. They don't even work in the same way where you take the current state and predict the next state. You take the first state and the last state and predict the path in between, right? By the principle of least action. It's a completely different conceptualization of physics, but it is entirely and completely equivalent to Newtonian physics.
I'm going to read a quick comment and you tell me if you agree if it's a fair statement. The experts in their fields will know the history of those things. If the data is gone, those experts still know what the data was. So is that fair to everybody else not having a data and trusting the data that scientists say, oh, I remember, let's write it all down again, if the data is not collected again to do new tests and experiments?
Well, that
why wouldn't they collect the new data again? Like so there are two scenarios. One is you still have the people and their cumulative knowledge, and they then know how to measure and what to look for and what those things are called. In that case, yes, it will take a little bit of time, but we would just rebuild the exact same thing that we have. We wouldn't effectively even lose it. It would take some time to rebuild the technology.
But even if they
when you say
even if they falsified something, just like any science now, at some point it'd be shown to be falsified, that it's falsifiable. It's not like we couldn't verify it once they started putting the first part of data out. At some point we start being able to verify it.
But like if you restarted everything, if you restarted knowledge to begin with, just completely wiped the slate clean and started with people in pre-Stone Age societies building things up, they would eventually come up to equivalent physics. Yep. Is my understanding of it. That's I would call that a strong belief.
the mathematics
No chance in
would be the
hell,
same.
Barney. No way
Yes,
somebody would come
no.
up of the bending of space time. I
Yes,
would
they
bet
would.
anything on it if we could put it, if we could find out.
Yes, that's
There's
because you
no
do
way
not.
an Einstein would come up.
That's
Yes,
because you do not
the
understand
mathematics would
where it
still-
comes from.
Yeah.
Because
The
it is
Montreal
not.
thinks there was only one.
Yeah, it's not a work of fiction. It is not somebody pulled it out of their ass because they
Oh
liked
yeah,
the
right
idea.
straight
Or
out of their ass. We probably
Einstein
maybe
wasn't the
ate
only
mushrooms or
one.
something.
Einstein wasn't the only one thinking about these
There's
things.
no
You know?
possible way somebody could come up with
I
that
think
story
Einstein
again.
built his work.
No
on
way.
But they did the first time. They did the
The
first
thing that
time,
you're missing,
Montreal.
wait, the thing that you're missing, Montreal, is that it is necessary. That you cannot have measurements in space and time, that you cannot have the laws of physics, which we have been using for over 100 years now, in electronics, in mechanics, in that those things simply wouldn't work if Einstein was wrong.
You're missing it. You're mixing electronics, something that's tangible, something that's real, to the bending of fabric of space time.
That's
total.
That's why
nonsense.
No. It's not mixing it. It is derived from those physical things. It is necessitated by how those physical things actually measurably behave, right? That if it was as simple as space and time are separate and it is merely Newtonian laws, or even worse, Aristotelian physics, those laws would not work, right? Even
Barney, you're
Maxwell's
aware that
equations.
when he wrote his paper, 2,000 scientists signed a petition against him.
Yes, and then they started using it because it works. Because it is the
No,
only
it's just
thing
a
that works.
story.
And
There's no way
since
another
then-
man
hey,
on this
hey, hey,
planet would have
since-
came up with
since-
that story. Sorry.
Montreal, you don't
Since he came
understand
up
the
with that,
mathematics would still come up.
the entirety of the scientific community to this day has been trying so hard to find flaws in his theory, to bend him a bit, to break him, to find somewhere where he was wrong so that we could move beyond it. And he just keeps turning up right.
They cannot break the mathematics behind it.
Mathematics is not reality. You
Hey,
cannot
no,
bend
really.
the fabric of space-time. There is nothing that you can show me that you can prove that. And more so, you can never, like, I'm glad Jose brought this up. You're trying to tell me now a second man from scratch, from the Stone Age, is going to come up with this same story. No chance in hell.
Yes, because the mathematics derived from it fucking work. We would get the exact same math. Geometry can never fucking change. Trigonometry will not fucking change, no matter if we erased it from our entire existence and started over.
Because it's not the mathematics that tells you so. It's that what is plugged into those mathematics are real empirical observations from reality, tested and retested, and we keep retesting it over and over again to the highest degrees of precision that we can, and it still measures up. Right? It does not come from somebody writing numbers on a piece of paper. Those numbers come from real, observable, physical, tangible things.
Yes, couldn't said it better myself.
There was
Anyways, I
someone
didn't
before
want to
Einstein
derail
who
the
made the
subject. That's
equations
just
for time and space. I forgot his name. Someone who predicted the change in time or space.
Lorentz?
Yes. So Einstein didn't just wake up one day and on his own build his theory. No, he was just the last man to put the last stone in this thing. So the same will happen again. People will build work on other people, and then we'll reach the same result.
People don't, and I don't give a fuck if 2 million people, signed a petition. People don't want to be wrong, but you know what? They had the courage to admit, once they started looking at it, and go, you know what? Fuck, I was wrong. You were right. Same thing happened to Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking, many people didn't like, the work that he was doing and walked out of class.
I got a quick point to make. I agree and disagree with this comment from Sphera Invictus. Example, scientists wouldn't necessarily need to redo the Cavendish to verify it is the mathematical equation because the scientists know it already. I agree and disagree. I agree the scientists already know. They'll have the numbers in their brain. They'll have the equation. They'll have the result. But the experiment have to be built to verify it if there's no information written or recorded anywhere, because then that's going to be a just so story that the people is going to say, I know the results, I know the math equation, then build the contraction and prove it and then stamp it. This is evidence. Here's where you're going to go to find the evidence. I cannot find anybody that will disagree with me that the numbers exist, the results exist, but the contraption and the experiment have to be built.
Yes, and they are being even with the Cavendish experiment, there are iterations, like not merely the recreations, the historical recreations that we do in colleges of Cavendish experiment. There are modern iterations of the Cavendish experiment which are being done today to degrees of accuracy that Cavendish never could have dreamt of, right?
No, high schools are doing it. I mean, high schools are doing, Foucault's pendulum on a smaller scale, but where they could get measurements for that class.
Yes, but
as long as we have the teachers that still know the knowledge, that still can get a length of rope and a bowling ball and drill through it and put a fucking
exactly. So they can say this is the way it works, this is the number, this is the results. Now let's do it, and they do it. That's why I mean that they're not gonna tell me we can do an experiment and this is the math, this is the prediction, and this is the result, and that's it. They're gonna leave it like that. They're not gonna do the experiment. Then what the hell?
No, they are going to do the experiment.
Hold on. In the chat, ask, how do you know 2 + 2 = 4 in the first place?
Well, somebody have to teach me, and then I'll do the experiment myself. But the Cavendish, not everybody is going to be able to do it, right? I can grab 2 rocks in here, 2 rocks in here. I put them together and I count and I say, yes, it's 4. They were right. If they tell me the Cavendish experiment put this equation, this is going to be the result of the weight of the earth. Am I going to do it? Are everybody going to do it? No. I'm going to have to look for a place to go. I say, oh, this is how they do it. Let me look at it. Oh, yeah, they done it. It's documented. That's what I mean.
I mean, we can apply different words to it. The values are still going to be the same, whether it's, herbal Smurfs and plus herbal Smurfs equals 2 Gorgonites, or whatever.
But
fucking
explain them the
name or
mechanism
value.
of that, Pure. Explain them how the Murgle Smurf and the Michael Smurf equates to the weight of the earth, please. Go ahead.
The mechanism behind it. No, the values would still be the same, whether we named them something else, whether it's 1, 2, or uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco,
It's
seis.
just a story, my friend. Somebody told you. Understand that. There's no possible way that you can say 2 balls in a shed. I don't care how accurate it was, if it was pristine, if you can not see a hair on the floor. There's no way you can equate 2 balls in a laboratory going together saying this is the weight of the earth. There's no way.
And again, argument from incredulence. Like, I don't
was
see
waiting
how
for the
that
first one to say that. Explain us, Barney. How does it work?
The funny part, the experiment part is done in high schools. I mean, I'm sorry that your high school didn't do it or your college didn't do it if you went to college. That's
I've
not my
seen the
fucking
experiment. I've heard the explanations about the experiment. It's just a bloody story. 2 balls in a freaking shed do not equal the weight of the earth.
It's
just a story and mathematics. That's all it is.
Your retelling of the story is indicative of you missing the point of the experiment, of you missing the point of why the experiment shows what it tells you, what the story tells you.
Montreal, do you earn some kind of paycheck? Do you earn, one way or the other?
Never mind. Explain me how two balls in a shed
Answer the
tells you
question.
how the
No,
Earth
it's
weighs.
just,
Show me the
it's just, no,
mechanism.
it's just numbers. It's
Explain
just
me the
numbers and
mechanism
mathematics, right?
without using
It's just,
mathematics. How
it's
does
just
that work?
numbers and
Without
mathematics. And you
using
put
mathematics?
When
Calculus.
I step on my scale in
oh,
my room, it
Montreal.
registers
Yeah.
130 pounds, whatever I weigh. What
Now tell me what
mechanism
it is
does
without
two
using
balls
numbers.
in a shed weigh the Earth? Go.
Calculus.
Montreal. Tell me how much. Tell me how much you weigh on your scale without using numbers. Without using math.
Don't ask me a question. Answer my question. You guys know everything, right? We have the top heads here. Barney's here. Where's George? George
You
left.
have asked me to tell you what it is without using maths, and then you have used an example of what is real for you, and you used maths in it.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
It's kind of funny that numbers and numbers and math
No, I
have
can
no
weigh
fucking
myself
value.
without using maths.
Hey
I
guys.
can weigh myself without using maths.
Hey guys.
Well, it's
Hey
kind of
guys.
funny that.
Yeah,
What?
the math is done
Show
for
me
you.
the mechanism.
Hey guys.
Excuse me. I can take a balance weight and weigh myself.
Well, no,
But
that's
you
using
cannot
mathematics
show
and
me
values.
how two
That's
balls in a
numbers.
shed, what
That's
mechanism
numbers, buddy.
do they use to weigh the Earth? Go.
And
Yeah,
you are
I
going
think
to
that
have
they-
to use, and you're going to have to use a
Calculus.
counterweight and then express your weight in ratio to that counterweight. That is maths. That is a
Yes, okay.
mathematical
Explain to me how those two balls, Barney, weigh the Earth. I'm intrigued.
Can I go?
I've never gotten an
No,
answer.
I can
explain
try.
it to him, but don't use words.
You're so full of shit. This has been explained to you. Now you're just gonna lie.
No, it's been explained, but all words and math. Show me the mechanism.
Explain
like I
it to
told
him.
you, I step on a
Explain it to him,
scale.
but don't use
I see a
words.
thing go around and it tells me this much weight. Show me the mechanism where this brilliant man 300 years ago, show me how he weighed the Earth. Go.
So if you're asking, then you don't know anything about the experiment, and I'm ready to explain it to you now.
Go for it.
That's all
But
right.
you don't know the
Numbers
experiment and did
don't
not
matter.
understand it until now, right?
Go ahead, Crow.
Okay. So the force of attraction between two masses, as Newton says, equal the product of the masses of the two masses divide the square of the radius multiplied by a constant. So if you
I knew
if
this
you-
is what you were gonna do. You're gonna start
no,
saying
don't
maths.
say anything, because you said, I told you if you
I
know
said
it,
the
go ahead. You said you
mechanism.
don't know.
Show me the mechanism by which these two balls weighed the Earth. I didn't ask you to go into maths and start drawing numbers on a board. What mechanism?
You get the force, you calculate the force between two balls to get the Cavendish, what they call it, Cavendish constant. Then there's some equation, I will not go in details. You put this in the force of 1 kilogram and you get the mass of the Earth. If you want math, I can bring it up, but I cannot memorize the math. I just understand the experiment and how it works, the mechanism in short, as you say.
Okay, so by what you're saying right now, I can take two cows of various weights, weigh them in a shed, and you're going to be 3 blocks away, and you're going to tell me how much the cows weigh, or I'm going to put something underneath the cows, and you're going to tell me how much that weighs. That's what you're telling me?
No, he measured how they moved towards each other and away from each other, and that's how he calculated the torque on the wire that was hanging the balls.
So
I think
torque between two balls hanging in a shed equals the weight of the Earth. Are you serious, man?
Look, I have to stop because obviously you know nothing about the
No,
experiment.
you're
in order
telling
to
me a
decide.
story that you read somewhere, dude.
No,
I read the
look,
same
next
story.
time you have
I
to
heard
read
the
the
same
experiment
things
and then
about
come to argue
torques.
about
You have no proof.
Look,
It's
Montreal's
just
voice
a
starting to sound
story.
like a chainsaw on my eardrums.
It's just a
A
story.
little bit. Fair enough.
It's a story that is
Anyways, I'll
repeated in
bow out.
schools and
I'll bow
colleges.
out. I'll let somebody else talk.
So the formula itself is derived from direct observation. All objects, regardless of their mass, have the same acceleration downwards. That means, and mass literally is inertia. It is that thing which prevents things from accelerating and decelerating. Now, if all things accelerate at the same rate, the force which is dragging them must necessarily be proportional to their mass. If it is
Barney,
not,
I said I was going to be quiet, but I can't. You're telling me now a force that we see when we throw something up and come down, which everybody sees on Earth, which we call gravity, and you're equating that to two balls hanging on a shed vertically. How does that make sense to you, Barney?
No, I'm justifying Newton's formula. Once Newton's formula is justified by logical argument and direct empirical observation, then the only thing that remains is to measure the constant. And what Cavendish's experiment is literally just measuring that constant, and therefore you can calculate what the mass of the Earth is. But that formula itself is not arbitrary, it is necessary. And that's the part that I've started explaining, right? If something is accelerating regardless of its mass, and force is mass times acceleration, that means that the force acting on it must be proportional to its mass. It must necessarily be, right? If every object has, if every force has an equal and opposite force, that means that the other object must necessarily be accelerating in the other direction proportional to its mass. That gives you the m times m in Newton's equation. It is proportional to those two masses. And when Newton did it, he literally didn't write out the formula. He said it like it is proportional to the mass of one object, the mass of the other object, over r squared, over the distance squared. The distance squared, meaning that, go ahead.
You're equating what man have seen from caveman days when we throw something up, we can measure the rate that it falls. You're equating that with two balls in a shed. Like, how does that make sense to you, Barney?
No, that just tells you that it must be proportional to the mass. That it cannot be any other way, right?
Yeah, but
it cannot be proportional to anything else. It has to be proportional to the mass.
Assuming what you're saying is true, how does that equate to pounds? How does two balls in a shed with something falling equate to how much the Earth weighs? How do you make sense? How do you do that? What's the mechanism?
What do you mean? What's the mechanism?
Who fucking knows?
I found something.
I can tell you. I can tell you how Cavendish was used to measure the weight of the Earth. To do that, I have to justify Newton's equation as a logical necessity, not merely as this is this formula, because that's not what you want. If I just say this is this formula, then you say you're just using math. But that math, as I said, is directly connected to reality in how things fall. Things fall regardless of their mass at the same acceleration. Therefore, the force must be proportional to the mass. Right?
Now complain that he's using words.
I'm using words. I am also using formulas. Sorry,
you're using
there
the two
is
things
no other way.
Montreal doesn't want you to use math and words.
Words and numbers, right?
Don't be using words or math.
So Barney cannot try in another way.
Hold on, Barney. You know something? I just heard some intelligence. Maybe you should just take a break and let Q take over from here on in. Go ahead, Q.
What?
Exactly. Stay in your place. Go ahead, Barney.
Fuck you.
Come on, Montreal.
Well, she did. She can
danger.
do it to me, but I can't do it to her.
I didn't do anything to you.
Q, be nice now.
I didn't do anything to you.
Everyone, calm down. Everyone.
I'm calm.
Calm.
I'm happy. I was
Wasabi.
watching. Such an old people crash on scooters. I'm in a good mood.
I did about 5 hours of that the other day. It's fun. But I think what the main thing is that it's the same way you figured out how to go online, the same way your profession is your profession, is the same way that a lot of people have started to understand how science works and so forth. The Cavendish, if not to show that mass attracts mass, or that a tool that measures, what is Cavendish measuring if it's not that?
Cavendish is literally measuring the size of that G, of that constant that correlates the masses, right?
Well, I'm thinking like how do you say it?
Sean, I just came up with a good one.
Yeah.
You want to laugh?
Sure.
You're a surveyor, right?
Well, hobbyist surveyor, yes.
But you dug around, right?
Oh yeah.
So, this is a troll. This is a troll comment, but it makes a point. Let's say I was to give you 2 balls, right? And I was to tell you here, Sean, see that piece of land over there? I want to know how much it weighs. Can you please go weigh it for me? What are you going to tell me?
I'd say what area, what mountain, because actually we have ways of doing that as well. I can tell you how many tons or yards a hillside indoor mountain will give you.
You wouldn't tell me to take psychiatric help? Like,
oh yeah. If you gave me 2 balls to quantify that, but that's here nor there. The way I would quantify that amount of land or dirt is completely different from how I would quantify it to the weight of the Earth, or what the Earth is doing, or what Cavendish is even trying to explain.
So you're saying you couldn't weigh it with 2 balls, 2 Cavendish balls, right?
Not for what I was doing. It's a different scale.
Well, could I use the internet to look up the actual formula?
Just those 2
Yeah,
balls.
Cavendish was an idiot. He just Googled the value for the constant.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, wouldn't you like to ask Cavendish that question? Like, what questions do you have, Mr. Cavendish, that you are pondering? Wouldn't you like to know the answer to that? I mean, wouldn't you like to know some of these questions that these physicists and have that they don't express to the public? Like whatever they're working on, and they're questioning, something at the moment. Wouldn't you like to know some of these questions? And
You're under the assumption that they don't release information.
well, no, I'm not. I'm not assuming anything. I'm stating that I'm sure they have questions that they don't release out because why would they?
Well, how do you know?
Because everybody has questions.
It sounds like an
Everybody
assumption.
has questions, just like you. How do I know? Well, I could base it off of my interaction with you. You don't have any questions. So that just means either you don't want to express your question, or you just
No. If I have a question, I direct that question to someone that has experience in that that area.
See, that wasn't my question. The question was.
Yes, you wanted to flip the script. You wanted to flip the script. Yeah, you wanted to flip the script, and you wanted us to ask questions to have our questions answered by flat earthers. I don't go to flat earthers.
No. See, there you go. I didn't want anybody to answer the questions. I was asking what questions you had, if you had any, that aren't normally asked. Everybody has questions, right?
Well, of course. And if I have a question, I direct that question at somebody that has the background. If I have a question about geodetic surveying, I go to somebody like my buddy Mark or Jesse. If I have questions about, rockets, I would go to, Mr. Rocket Scientist because he's actually a rocket scientist, or the Rocket Man because he's actually a fucking rocket
Mr.
scientist.
Rocket Science is no longer
Yes,
with
but
us.
take into account that this is flat Earth panel, more or less, and yeah, you're not gonna find rocket scientists here.
No, but
Exactly.
like Barney, if you had to ask, if you wanted to ask a physicist or somebody like that, what question they had, who would you ask him? You know what I mean? Who would you want? Obviously, you're within the particle physics area of things, right? So,
Well, for particle physics, if I could pick anybody in the world, it would be Feynman. If I had to pick somebody living, it would be what's his name, Stanford professor.
Oh yeah.
No.
Damn.
well, I mean, you don't think that they would have? That's the whole point of my question, is because you don't expect other people's questions to be same or similar to the questions that you have. I mean, just like
Suskind.
George's, yeah, like George's question that he was pondering. I mean, I've related to that question myself, but Barney's I haven't. I haven't even gone down that road. I mean, maybe in one form or fashion or another I have, but it just makes you think more and makes you want to question more things and investigate more. I mean, that's the whole point of it, right?
Yeah. And when you run out of questions to ask yourself, you go find some incredulous people because they will ask you questions that you may have not thought of before. And flat earthers are great for that.
I have a question. I have a question. I have a question. What happens in the gray zone between solid and liquid? Thank you.
Vapor.
Slush.
What happens in the gray zone between solid and liquid?
Vapor.
Slushies. Grape slushy.
I want a slushie.
I have a question about the
That
microwave.
is one of the greatest unanswered questions in science. All right.
Wait, isn't it vapor?
You guys did not answer it.
I said vapor.
No.
Why?
No, vapor. Because solid and liquid, not vapor is a liquid.
I thought vapor was a gas.
Gases are liquids as well.
Fuck you, Barney.
No, sorry, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I misspoke.
Not
Wait,
gas.
I
Or
misspoke.
liquid.
They're both gases and liquids are fluids. Gases are not. So yeah, vapor is a fluid.
All right.
It's not.
Yeah, I agree with Sean. Fuck you, Barney. Shut up.
Wait. Ice. Isn't ice
Ice
Solid.
is a solid.
I stand by my answer. Between solid and liquid is fucking grape slushies. End of discussion.
I mean, that's why aerodynamics.
Slushy is not an
fluid.
aggregate state.
That's why aerodynamics follows fluid
Not
dynamics.
ruin fucking slushies, Barney. Yep. I will stab you. I
You will fuck me up.
Air and water have exactly the same properties.
Yeah, it's isn't that Bernoulli's principle or something?
Yep.
Slush is a heterogeneous mixture of two aggregate states.
Strictly speaking, if a liquid is going
None
to
of you got it right.
liquid, it's a phase transition.
What's the correct answer?
Phase transition.
Read it, Sean. There.
In the gray zone between the... Oh, I lost it. Yeah. Says... Oh, fuck that. I'm not reading. Hey, farmers.
Between solid and liquid expansion. This is based on the ideal gas law. PV equals...
You're reading too fast. Slow down.
What? I'm reading it. Let's see.
I know, but I want to hear it. You guys are reading fast. Wait.
All right. This is based on the ideal gas law.
Hang on.
Pressure, volume.
No, pure. I have someone
But-
for this.
Oh,
Farmers.
my bad. All right.
Thank you, sir.
With your fucking lovely voice, read this for me.
Can you read Q's comment?
Oh, it's a phase boundary.
Yes, it is. This is based on the ideal gas law, PV equals nRT, where P is pressure, V is volume, R is gas constant, T is temperature. Hence, from liquid to solid, or solid to liquid, the transition has to cross the grey zone. This grey
You're
zone
just reading that off the internet. Come on.
is very crucial, which includes the intermolecular forces acting on the molecules and each atoms, which makes the change in state from hot to cold and cold to hot. The best example is ice crystal formation and what?
I put it in there. Check.
Pissing
For some reason, it
contest.
didn't
How many
copy
aggregate
right.
states can you count? How many aggregate states can you list?
One long one.
One long one.
I got the rest of it. Let Farmers finish.
The best example is ice crystal formation and water formation from ice crystal. Hence, the intermolecular force of attraction happens to be involved with changes in grey zone.
That's also Farmer.
Phase transitions.
Oh, this is that water hoax thing, isn't it?
Hey,
No, that's legitimate unanswered questions in science. Places in science where we don't fully understand what we observe.
Yeah, but somebody used this fourth state of water for a hoax.
Yeah, I have a question about the.
Isn't it H? It's like H3O or something like that. It's like what the body produces. It's like it's not actually water. It's like water and some other shit.
I think Khalid have a legit question over here.
Yes, it's about the microwave background. If the observable universe that we see and us, everything that we see, is moving at 0.99 the speed of light, would we know? That's it. Thank you, Barney.
Relative to the microwave background, or if we're moving relative to the microwave background, we would know because of the redshift.
No, I meant like we know the speed of how things get away from us, and we don't see beyond it. But if those things, those galaxies that's going far away from us, and us, all of us, are moving due to the Big Bang, we're moving at the speed close to the speed of light. Would we know that? We don't.
Yeah, sorry. Einstein says that's not even a question. Moving relative to what?
To the initial point where Big Bang happened.
That's everywhere.
It was a singular point that is less than an atom size. So, and from there, everything existed as physical things. And these physical things are moving away from that initial point.
You have been learning your physics from documentaries instead of physics.
No, it's just an assumption or understanding. I didn't read that.
So, first of all, the singularity itself, the physical singularity as start of the Big Bang is an unconfirmed speculation. There is no evidence of that. We don't know whether such a thing existed. The theories that have it, even if it existed, at T0, at the moment of the Big Bang, it was infinitesimally small. It was just a single point, and there was no space outside of it. And in the next instance, it was infinite. Because it doesn't spread into anything. There is no space outside of it. It is not that there is one point in an infinite void of empty space. It is one point which is all of space. So when you say that there is a point from which the Big Bang began, yes, it's everywhere. Literally everywhere.
Even after 14 billions, we're still at that point?
Yes.
Oh, can't understand this. Sorry.
All of the space, Like when you say where, you are trying to define somewhere in space. When you say point, you're trying to define somewhere in space. Well, at the singularity is that all of the places in space were at the same point.
Okay, let me put the question another way. Let's say 2 years after the Big Bang.
Okay.
What's the distance between the furthest molecules or whatever in the universe? Say 1 million, one light year.
Less than 2 light years.
Great. And after
No,
more
sorry,
time,
no, I'm lying. Sorry, no, it's infinitely far away.
Infinitely far away, and after more years, is it the same distance or more distance?
No, it's infinitely far away. I keep space flows, right? The expansion of space is not limited by the speed of light. Space itself can expand faster than the speed of light, carrying whatever is in it.
Yeah, I'm talking about within the space that was created.
Yes. The farthest edges of that space can move apart from each other faster than the speed of light.
Okay, and if we are at one side of that universe and we are going at that speed,
yeah,
I mean, can we say that we are moving at close to the speed of light or less than the speed of light?
Before you answer, when I think Big Bang, this is what I think. One point started it all. One point that then everything is expanding from that point everywhere. That's all I think.
Wherever you are in the universe, you are on the middle line of that expansion. Why? Because that cone which is shown there is the light cone. It is all of the places that the light could have reached you by now. And that is the same for everybody wherever you are in the universe, right? The object that is on the boundary of the observable universe right now has its own observable universe, and we are on its boundary. Every single point in the universe has the perspective of being the center of the universe.
I can't wrap my head around this. I'm sorry.
Like the simplest kind of pop sci image that I have for that is the surface of a balloon as you inflate it. Which point on the surface of that balloon is at the center of the surface of that balloon? Right? Wherever you put a point, that point will see a horizon around it. And whichever point you put anywhere else as you inflate the balloon, those 2 points will be moving apart from each other. But there is every single point will have the perspective of being in the center, seeing everything else expand away from it. But when you look at the whole thing, there is no point in saying, well, this is the center.
But you are drifting away from the center.
From the center of what? From the center which is in an imaginary direction.
Yes. And
yes, 90 degrees away from every other direction.
Oh. I think I should read more before I ask a question next time.
Hey, Barney, if you got a second, I got some questions.
Go ahead.
Oh, I posted them in the side. My first one is, can momentum be hidden to human eyes like how kinetic energy can be hidden as heat?
Can momentum be hidden to human eyes? Momentum is also relative, right? Momentum is mass times speed, and speed is relative. So depending on relative to what? If you're moving next to an object, then its momentum relative to you is 0. Therefore, you have hidden its momentum that it has relative to something else.
I don't think that's what that question means. That's okay.
You've asked the question.
Well, I found these questions.
What do you mean you don't know what it means?
I found these questions. As light from a star spreads out and weakens, do gaps form between the photons?
Yes.
Can you make a sunset in a cup of milk? These are really important questions.
Yes. I don't know if you can do it in a cup of milk, but you can do it in a solution of particles which are smaller than the Rayleigh radius.
Okay, could scientists perfectly simulate the entire universe in a computer down to the last atom?
That's yes.
And the last one is, what is the speed of dark?
It is infinite.
Faster than the speed of love.
Yes.
So you believe that scientists can perfectly simulate the entire universe in a computer down to the last atom? You really said yes to that?
I'm glad it was you and not me, Max.
Okay, Barney. Explain to me this then. If we can only see what we know as the observable universe, how are they going to simulate something that we can't even see or even know that exists beyond the observable universe, considering the whole universe?
No, sorry.
Gotcha.
I'm not saying that they can know things which are unknown. They can simulate the known things.
Yeah, the question literally said, can it simulate it down to the last known atom? That's what the question says, isn't it?
No, it doesn't say
No,
known. It says
okay.
atom.
Can it
It
simulate
says
the entire universe down to the
it
last
says the
atom?
entire
Okay, fair enough.
universe.
Given it cannot simulate the things that we don't know, right? It cannot simulate the laws that we don't yet know exist. But I was looking at the question from the perspective of there are, I don't know, 10 to the 100th particles in the universe, and they all have their properties. And if you simulated them in a one-to-one manner, you would need more particles for the computer than you do for the universe, which was a proposal that this kind of calculation would therefore be impossible. But then we uncovered stuff like compression and the holographic principle and ways to mitigate information.
So what's this three-body problem then?
The three-body problem, the statement that the three-body problem doesn't have a solution or hasn't been solved, is merely the statement that we do not have a perfect stable solution to every three-body or n-body interaction by gravity. We can calculate what those orbits will be. We can calculate what those motions will be, but they will be somewhat chaotic. There are known solutions, as in mathematical curves which describe their infinite motion for very specific configurations of three bodies, such as pretzels or
So if there's a three-body problem, don't you think there's a problem simulating the entire universe?
No.
Touché.
We can simulate the three-body problem.
That's
exactly what I just said, right? We can simulate it. We do not have a mathematical solution for it. The term solution there is a term of art. It literally means, can you give me a curve such that three bodies will follow that curve infinitely?
So what you're saying is we can simulate it, but it's not accurate.
No, it is accurate.
It's accurate to the simulation, but it's not accurate to predict reality.
It is accurate to predict reality. It just depends on how much data and memory you are willing to throw at it.
So now it can predict the future?
Yes.
Wow, you think that a
for
computer
three-body
simulation...
for three-body object orbits, yes.
Well, we're talking about the question, Q's question.
Yes.
The entire universe.
Yes.
So you think they can simulate and predict the future of the entire universe?
Simulate? Yes. Again, with the limitations that I've given it, we cannot simulate unknowns, right?
Okay,
Yeah, it
another
just
question.
confuses me how you can say that they can simulate it and predict the future, but you can't simulate unknowns. I mean, I'm confused.
So if you
You're
give
not the only
me
one.
if you give me a particle, its exact position and its exact momentum, and that's pretty much all, and its exact mass, right? Its exact properties, I can simulate what will happen to it next. Beyond that,
Yeah,
to
but you're
some
talking about
level,
down to the
using
last
quantum
atom
yeah.
here. I mean, you're talking about life and death and the growth of everything in the life and being of everything. So maybe my interpretation of simulating down to the last atom is different than yours, because there's plenty of unpredictable phenomena and unexplainable phenomena that happen in everyday life everywhere that is not simulate. You can't simulate.
Yes.
This is what the
There are
delusion of
there are
mathematics does to people.
there are
Sorry,
things
Barney.
that we do not know yet, right? If I do not know what the exact position or the exact momentum or the exact properties of that particle are, then I cannot perfectly predict its future. It will deviate because I will have put in false numbers. But if I knew the real numbers and the real laws, then I could simulate it. The only problem is, are there enough particles in the universe to simulate to compose a computer which will simulate the universe? Because of the amount of information that needs to be stored in that. And yes, there are, because you need less information, because some of that information will be redundant, and you can therefore use compression.
Well, I mean, then you would be creating a replica universe. I mean, if you were to simulate our entire universe down to the last single atom or whatever, you would be basically replicating our entire universe, which you can't. This is that I don't even know.
You just described God,
Yes,
Maxwell.
what you have just described is the basis of the ancestor simulation hypothesis, which is basically since we can compute it, that these problems have been shown to be Turing complete, meaning that they're solvable. That means that some advanced future race will be able to build these computers and these universes just to test what their ancestors did, and to model the universe, to create simulations to see how people have lived and how people will live. And if they do that, and they do that en masse, then it is very much more likely that we live in an ancestor simulation than that we live in the actual real world.
Yeah,
And
that's
for us, that makes no difference, because that's
kind of a creepy thought, isn't it?
yeah. But for us, it makes no difference, because if we live in a simulation, that simulation is the real world that we live in.
It could be, yeah, but not necessarily. It could be a simulation of a simulation. I mean,
yeah, it could be a simulation of a simulation.
Great question, Q.
Makes no difference from our point of view if it's a simulation.
Makes no difference from our point of view.
Yeah. It could.
Okay, another question.
It could make a difference, because we could break through that simulation and see that it's a simulation of a simulation, and therefore we could move our simulation into the real world.
If you could do that, then the simulation would not be an accurate simulation.
Yeah. Okay, one more question, Barney. Do you think if we solved enough numbers for prime that we would find a pattern?
If we solved enough prime numbers?
Yeah.
Do
you think eventually, if we spread it out long enough, we could actually find a pattern in it?
There are several known patterns in prime numbers. They're not just random. There are ways that you can look for prime numbers by patterns.
Everything on the internet says it's random.
Not really.
So you're saying there's a pattern by which you can remember prime numbers by and easily calculate them too? Like, like counting by twos pattern?
Not that easily, and not by counting by twos, but there are certain formulas which will always give you a prime number.
Okay, fine.
Okay, my turn to ask Barney a question. Why is it possible? Have you ever heard the magic 9?
Have I ever
Deal.
heard the magic 9?
You mean
Yeah,
like where all the addition and multiplication answers add up to 9?
yes, you can
Or they
take any
count by 1, 2,
three-digit.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
No, like you can take any three-digit number and add and subtract within those 3 digits, and you end up with 9 always. Why is that?
Because you're using a decimal system which has 9 digits beyond 0.
So it's just because of the base 10 counting system or whatever it
I
is?
think so, yes.
Tesla had a thing with that, with the 369. He was fascinated with that sequence.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a little different than that.
He wasn't fascinated with it.
Let's see.
And
You
it's
call
not a
it the magic
sequence.
9? You call it the magic 9?
Yeah, I've looked for it. It's not a very common YouTube video. I seen it once on YouTube like 9 years ago, and
Weihart.
I found it.
Of course Weihart would have a video on that.
Oh, do they? Cool.
No, it's somebody emulating Weihart, but fair enough.
Yeah, like like you take 111, and they break it down into addition and subtraction or whatever, and you end up with 9 every time. You don't have to go very far beyond. It even works with like 4-digit numbers and 5-digit numbers. It just keeps on going.
Okay. I do not know this, but I would expect that to be an artifact of us using the decimal system.
Okay, let me show you something. All right, I'm gonna present. And this is just interesting. I don't know if it means anything, but maybe it's kind of like what Max is talking about. See this? This is the multiples of 9, right? Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So 9, and then 8 plus 1 is 9. 2 plus 7 is 9. 3 plus 6 is 9. 4 plus 5 is 9. 5 plus 4 is 9. You see? How come that? How come that is
That
evil?
is an artifact. No, that is an artifact of the decimal system. You can do the same thing, taking any other base other than 10 and use the digit which is one smaller than your base, and you will get the same thing within that base. Right? If you take an octal system, you will have the same thing with multiples of 7.
Okay, how do you think that influenced the Beatles to write Revolution number 9?
I have no idea. Popular, what would you call that? Popular trivia is not my thing.
Okay.
Science, philosophy, yes. Beatles, no. Sports, no.
Yeah, I don't care for sports either.
Clive Wells asks, Barney, have you ever thought about Boltzmann brains? I've thought about Boltzmann brains a lot. That's related to the ancestor simulation bit. Man, that's a lot of questions.
I got a quick question. Look, Barney, how can you scientifically explain this? Let me open. Right, this is the stream we're looking at. Look at the red bar. Right, look at the bar. Oh, okay. Look at it.
The stream has ended. It appears that we are at the end of the stream. Is that what
Damn
you're
it.
trying to tell us?
No. Look at the bar. How can you scientifically explain what happened here in this bar right here? Look, what's going on? What is this? Why is it flaking, flashing?
Why is it changing colors?
Yeah.
I don't know. You can
And you did
inspect
it? Huh?
You can,
Look, I stopped it. You see? Thank you.
oh, I know how to do that. I don't know what caused it in your in your case.
Shh, Brainery. Shh. Don't give it away, Brainery, in the chat.
Oh, that's what it is, Barney. The digital root. Is that what you're talking about?
Huh?
Digital root.
The digital root. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just a crow. I'm definitely 100%. I'm gonna play it at the closing.
I wanted to have your voice and Barney's voice, but it's okay.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk about it later, Jet. That's badass though. For people who don't know, you'll see in a little bit. It's a surprise. It's a good surprise.
Khalid, remember before when Barney was explaining to you the pinpoint of the beginning of space, and you went like you didn't get it, and you felt like I don't know, maybe you felt
it didn't make sense to me, but I didn't read enough about the topic. So
you know why it didn't make sense to you?
Because it doesn't make sense.
Exactly, because you were using your bread. You were using your head, Mr. Khalid. That's why it didn't make sense to you, bro. You were using your brain.
Let's all use our bread.
One of the things I don't like about I'm not sure quantum mechanics or relativity. There is a saying that if you're solving a problem and the solution made sense, then you are wrong. That doesn't make me feel comfortable.
What kind of bread do you have, Montreal?
I have various kinds.
All kinds of bread.
But yeah. Well, what's your preference in bread, Q?
I like rye.
Rye's good.
Rye's good.
Back to Khalid. So, bro.
Yeah.
Nice try, Q. What you don't try to think that you're not intelligent, or don't try to let these guys try to explain this stuff away to you. If you think it's stupid, trust me, bro, it is stupid.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of things that I thought to be stupid, but when I tried to figure out some of them, I realized they work. So
not all. I'm generalizing, like the Big Bang, for example.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying you're right to question it.
Yeah, of course. I question a lot of things. I question things since I was 9. I asked my dad, "Dad, isn't the Earth supposed to be like an egg because it's spinning?" And he said, "Well, maybe it probably is." Then 20 years later, I find that it's different in dimensions. So because of the spinning and so questioning is
it's kind of like
thing.
the Santa Claus story.
Yeah,
Your dad tells you the Santa Claus story, then you grow up and you say, "Wait a minute, pops, how does he fit in that chimney, right?"
Well, you didn't get the example that I said. I was asking where is Santa Claus, and then he was there.
Okay, right.
It's the opposite.
What the hell is Crash talking about?
No. Don't
Shout
worry.
out to Shroomy.
So
Boom.
basically, cutting it, make it short and sweet. Travis basically has a video he just uploaded that's a call of action to basically say F the lockdown. So if anybody wants to go over there and inform someone that there's a call of action going on, that's up to you. I am not saying to do that. I'm just saying
Go over where? What are you talking about?
to
Is he live
Travis's
streaming?
No, he has an upload that is a call to action, and do what you want with it.
Where is he calling people to go to?
Out of their houses, basically.
Outside.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Okay, but you can go outside. It's not a big deal.
No, it's Yeah, if you want to if you want to look into it, you can go watch his channel. I don't really want to make it a thing. It is. I don't mind
Don't
it
make
being
it a
said, but
thing.
yeah, we're gonna change the
Was he
subject.
trying to do like have a flat Earth meetup or some shit?
No, it's just go watch the video. You'll know. And
I don't
do
want
it.
to watch any of his videos. It's
Okay.
like part of
Well,
my like
I
moral compass says never watch anything from this
well,
channel.
just as good as going
Oh,
over there and voicing your opinion is not going over there and watching it at all. It's just as good.
I'm not ever giving Travis a view unless he's on somebody
Wolfgang has
else's
a
channel.
great line. Wolfgang has a great line in live chat. Risk your life for my beliefs.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh wait, that means you can see the YouTube screen, huh, Barney? Because
Yes,
what I noticed is that we have a thing going, and I like it. So what I propose is that if you have a question for Barney, tag me in the chat, and I'll ask Barney. Seems like everyone's asking questions, so.
Oh, and just a disclaimer, as usual, all of these are just my opinions, my understanding of how things work.
Yes, my God's opinions. Yep.
Yeah. If you want to know more, go read
Wait,
up
what
on
is
it.
a pattern?
It's fun.
What is it? What is a prime number pattern? Do they have names? Is there something I could Google?
Not off the top of my head, but there's several of them listed in the number file videos.
Do you believe in life after love?
No.
Oh my God! Somebody turn the radio off.
Was that Cher?
Will we ever solve the flat paradox?
Jose
Barney?
Jose just proved that Cher has no talent.
Thank you.
Barney, I want to share my sources just to check if they're good. They are videos from 60 Symbols and BBS Space. What do you think of them?
I don't know about BBS Space. 60 Symbols was my kind of entry drug into the world of YouTube entertainment, and yeah, it's really good.
Okay.
I have a
Because I don't have patience to read, so I will look at more videos.
Kind of the same, though. I've been addicted to pop sci documentaries for the longest time, and I got annoyed by how little they explained. Like they would just keep using the same analogies without ever explaining what it is. And with every analogy, like the more you learn, you kind of realize that the analogy doesn't quite work. And my kind of real entry into physics was the theoretical minimum by Susskind, where Susskind is one of the fathers of string theory, and he is a physics professor at Stanford, and he has all of his physics lectures available online for students. And at some point, he realized that people like me are watching his lectures and learning from them without having formal physics education. So he wrote a book and a study guide called The Theoretical Minimum, which goes through all of physics, basically from classical physics to string theory, that accompany his lectures, kind of explaining what you need to know and learn and what you can skip. And
yeah, that's great.
Theoretical physics, Barney, or
Shout out to
physics
string
practical
theory and
physics?
Michio Kaku.
Can you share a link?
Yeah, what did you say it was called again? You said it was the theoretical minimum?
Yes.
Okay.
Barney, did you say theoretical physics you were studying?
Yes.
So Michio Kaku stuff. What is it? String theory and 11 dimensions?
No, I'm not a big fan of string theory. Even though Susskind is the father of string theory, or one of the fathers of string theory, I consider it more of a philosophy and a mathematical method than actual physics. If it might come to fruition at some point, but it hasn't yet, and I'll become interested when it does.
Well, doesn't string theory show that, like the hydrogen atom has a specific harmonic frequency that it breaks down at, along with all other atoms? Is that what it's basically showing, or am I off on some other tangent?
Can you repeat the question?
Okay, you know how like the Schumann resonance, the Earth, supposedly vibrates at a certain frequency, and each individual atom has its own vibrational harmonic, where like the hydrogen atom breaks down at a certain frequency. Is that what it is, or
Is what it is?
string theory?
No.
I mean, so what is that? I mean, is that proven or evidentiary? Is that evidentiary science where like these atoms and molecules have certain harmonic frequencies where they begin to break down at?
I don't know.
Do you understand? Am I asking the question not correctly?
No, there are things that I don't know. I do not know everything about every science.
I call bullshit.
I don't know. I don't know what the answer to your question is.
He's lying to you, Max. He's lying. He knows everything.
Okay.
He's my god.
No,
I know that.
so
I do have a question though from Alk. Alk says, ask Barney if he thinks he could develop the equation for relative density by hanging. I probably should have proofread that, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. I swear, I Chris
The
buried
answer is
it.
no.
Read it.
The answer is no. They'll squeal and wiggle too much.
I literally Chris buried that question. It was like, oh, it's a good question. Montreal wants me to read it. Okay, I'll read it. Ask Barney if he thinks he could develop the equation for relative density by hanging Montreal and Barry in a shed.
Feel free to use my answer, Barney.
Barney?
Good one, Alk. Your genius is showing.
Oh, they would wriggle too much. I'd have to kill them first so they remain still.
It's amazing when you give people the opportunity to ask a god a question, the questions that come out of their mouths. I had it. Who else had a question? Someone else had a question, but I didn't think it was.
Hey, I asked good questions.
No, I'm talking about the people in the chat. Here's the other question I saw.
Fuck those people in the chat, man. They're losing their minds out there.
Phil KO asks, why do microwave ovens electrify metal but sunlight doesn't?
Why do microwave ovens what?
Electrify metal but sunlight doesn't.
Because of the frequency.
Come on, Phil. Come better than that.
Dude, he's asking why, like, if you put tinfoil in the microwave, why does it get lightning? And if you put tinfoil out in the backyard, there's no lightning.
Really? That's
This is what I think. I mean, I put tinfoil in the microwave and saw lightning, didn't you?
Well,
I took tinfoil outside and I didn't see no lightning.
Is it the foil that does it, or is there something in the foil? I forget.
Look, he said electrified, so I mean, I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
I think Miss Buster, blah 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 blah. Yes.
I think there must be a disco in his microwave.
He says, "Fart, you guys." I guess that's a way of thanking you.
Sure.
Oh, and if anyone knows Professor Phil, please inform him that I'm not a flat earther. I think he may have asked that in Jose's chat. I don't know if you got the memo. which offends me because that means Terry doesn't talk about me, and that hurts.
I talk about
Yeah,
you.
yeah. I already mentioned you as a flat earther.
Wait, as a flat earther?
I mean, I already mentioned, like, is Sean a flat earther? He was questioning.
Yeah, because I saw him question it. I didn't know if he got it or not.
It may or may not have been me.
You're still here?
I've been here the whole time. I've just muted the station.
Why? What?
Because I like you, Sean.
That's so weird, dude. Like, we're live right now. People are hearing you.
Yeah, this is the first time they've heard me all stream.
So, like, you're making it clear that I have a stalker and I have to worry.
Yes, very clear. So clear that you said it perfectly.
Awesome. My girlfriend's going to be waiting for you. I don't mean my actual girlfriend. I mean my gun. Come on over. Hit up Jose. He has the address.
So
no doxing, no doxing.
123 Apple Street.
Yeah. Oh, damn. See? He's a stalker.
Sorry, I probably was sharing the screen when he read it.
Yeah. First of all, I would never live on an Apple Street. I'd have to write that shit on letters. No. That shit matters to me.
I was trying to dox you, man. Come on.
Well, you're a little late. I haven't been I haven't been doxed in over a year. It's amazing. What a difference a shape
You know
makes.
how long it's been since I've been doxed? Never. I've never been doxed.
Yeah, you're a stalker.
Yeah, no one wants to know where you live, Chris.
That's fine. That's great.
Fucking Leo, man.
Leo just thinks that random people get doxxed just on the internet just for being on the internet. No reason, no rhyme. You were on the internet, you're getting doxxed.
Yeah.
Nobody to tell. Who are they going to tell? Who? If somebody doxes you, who are they going to go tell? Who wants to know about your address, dude?
Yeah, well, have you been featured in uploads?
You debunking all the trolls.
That was such a good idea at the time. I felt like I was doing something.
I think, Sean, you should just dox Lale just so he feels better.
I know I should.
He wants to fit in. He wants to be doxed.
I know.
Let's dox him right now.
Well, go ahead and just type in your address and I'll...
123 Happy Street, California, 87428.
Yeah, unfortunately, I now know you live in California. Thanks for doxing yourself.
You think I actually live in California?
Yes, I think you live in California. You spouted California out like it was there.
Yeah, and I also spouted out 123 Happy Street.
Yeah, I think that's where you are right now.
Perfect. Go look for that street.
No, I don't think that's your actual address. But like, you're a stalker, so I have to get to know you, and I've known you for a while, and I could tell that you said California as if you were telling someone where you lived, but you weren't going to give them your address, so that's how I know. So,
and what zip code?
Yeah, you just random numbers. It wasn't about everything you said; it was just what you said. I mean, you live in California. That's all there is to it.
I don't live in California.
Yes, you do.
Okay, you can look up that.
He lives in Portland, Oregon.
Nope.
Yep.
No, he's definitely in California.
He's in Oregon. I found him.
I'm willing to bet money.
I already found him. I'm looking at his house on Google Earth right now.
I think he's in California. I'm feeling it.
Ask him if he's in Oregon.
Are you in Oregon, Chris? Is he going to? Is he going to ask his? Is he going to look for the Google plane?
It's like, let me go outside and check the address. Where am I?
Mom,
I got a question about language.
Address.
What does it mean to say "holy shit"? What is holy here?
What?
It means nothing.
And why people say it? I'm not. My English is not my first language, so I just see people say that, and I don't understand. What's holy shit?
Holy shit. HOLY shit, dude.
Puerto Ricans
Yes.
are.
It's
What does it
holy.
mean?
It's holy shit. Duh.
It means like a bad surprise.
But what's the word holy job here?
Okay, well it's like a way to say it's a big and also terrible surprise. So it's like something that happens that surprises you that's really bad, right? Or really amazingly bad. So you'd be like,
Like
holy
when
shit.
Jose's stream turns into a crap show.
Jesus
You understand
Christ,
it's
Leo.
holy, like the religious word HOLY.
Yeah, so it's
all right. So it's
very
like
big.
it's like an act of God shit. All right. It's like if God took a shit on your life, it's holy shit. Okay. Just like fatal dumping.
Yeah.
But you're okay. What the fuck, Chris? Leo?
Fuck are you watching?
Yeah, we don't want to hear Travis on Sean G's channel.
Is that Travis?
I know. Why the hell
what
are you
fuck
playing
are you
Travis through your
doing?
fucking headset, dude?
That's so weird.
Why you look like Jose?
Oh, shut up. Somebody
What the
mute him.
fuck?
Mute this thing.
This isn't fucking Jose's panel. You guys can mute him. Fuck.
Bye, Leo.
Fuck.
Why is he listening to Travis?
Because he likes Travis.
It's mysterious.
Sean, you're muted.
God damn it. I forgot.
You've turned your camera on.
You turned your camera on instead of unmuting.
Well, no, I had to switch my the accounts. My iPhone went dead, so I can't do the policing the chat thing. So now everyone gets to hear a ding dong if someone comes in.
You shouldn't have announced that.
Why? I'm about 4.5 hours into a stream. You think I care?
Oh, okay.
Give me a reason. I'm just waiting for fucking Jose to go, hey, I'm about to go live.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah, see, Jose and we were fucking around. I'm gonna end it because we're all just kind of just sputtering. But at the same time, what I want to do is I want to.
Wait, Sean, did you see how Google has swear words in it?
No. Are you talking about when you were sharing earlier with the what is it?
Moron.
Yeah, that one.
And it said fuckhead, fuckwit, dildo,
asshole.
This is Google. Kids are gonna look this up, and they're gonna
report
go. They're gonna go moron, right? And then they're gonna get down here and they're gonna be like, "Oh, fuckhead," right?
Yes.
And then they're gonna go to their parents and they're gonna go fuckhead, and they're gonna go, "Where'd you learn that?" And they're gonna say Google.
They'll be learning about the depth and richness of the English language.
Yep.
Fuckhead. That's what they're gonna be learning. They're gonna be learning to go fuckhead.
Yep. At least they'll
They
say
know that already. They'll be learning that they can also say moron.
Yep. At least they'll know how to say it. They'll have context behind it now, instead of just saying it for no fucking reason. I hate that when kids just say cuss words for no reason. Like they drop something, they're like, "Fuck are you?" And you're like, "What are you doing? You're not even saying it right."
They're practicing.
Yeah. All right. So
I think that shit's funny, dude. I like those kids and they rap and they say the words all wrong. That's pretty cute.
Yeah, I was watching videos where kids can't say the right words. I was watching that for a while. But better yet, I'm going to be
fire truck.
I'm going to be ending it soon. But before I do, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a upload that our friend Crow here made, and it is cleverly titled "Kings of Science, Kings of Truth." I think it's pretty badass, so we're gonna play that out. Before I do that, did anyone want to have any final words or something besides Leo? Okay.
Thank you for the stream. I appreciate it. Good times.
Thank you guys for being here.
Oh
Thanks,
damn! I
Sean.
wanted to send you a link to a cargo cult video, which is quite. Never mind.
Yeah, put it in the chat. I'll watch it. I'm not.
The World War II one, Barney?
You don't have to go to bed,
Yeah,
Barney. The show's
Oh,
just
that's
ended.
freaking awesome, bro.
that
That's freaking
reminds me.
awesome.
That reminds me of Flat Earth so much.
I don't know about Flat Earth, but that video is freaking awesome.
What
You
video?
guys got to see what Barney's talking about.
What video?
Yeah, put it in
What
chat
one?
or put it in the side chat. But I'm gonna go ahead and play
We
this
can
real quick because I want to.
we
I
can watch it
watched
in
part of it.
Discord. How long is it?
I don't know how long it is, but basically it's people
4
during
minutes.
World War II. They were during the war. They were flying in supplies. Soldiers came in into those islands, and they were flying in supplies. And after World War II, they left, and the villagers, they were like shocked, and they built planes, and they were like pretending to fly around, hoping that the planes would come back and bring them supplies, basically.
Oh, I know
Yeah,
about that
they saw
already.
they saw Americans building airstrips and doing these movements with their hands and putting up flags and stuff like that. So they thought that if they did that, the gods would come and bring them stuff.
Yeah, I seen this. There's a movie. It's called The Gods Must Be Crazy.
Anyways, sorry for the interruption, Shanji. Just reminded me when you said you wanted to play an awesome video. Give us more of Kings of Science, Kings of Truth, Knights of Truth. You're saying I'm just basically sending them off to slaughter? Yeah, fair enough.
I like it. That was awesome. Thank you, Crow. I'm gonna use that somehow. I know it. It's gonna be awesome.
I'm very much honored by the inclusion in that video.
Well, it's a battle of science, not really slaughtering anyone.
It's hypothetical, Barney. It's not really sending him out to die. Duh.
Barney's okay with it.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
fine with it. Yeah.
He just doesn't want to say it out loud.
I just wanted the recording of the actual voice, but I couldn't find where that statement I could.
Sean, you're sharing Discord.
I know. I just switched it over.
Oh.
So it's only Crow sharing the videos with me. So yeah, but I'm gonna go ahead and get out because I don't have anything else to say. And if I rest, eat, and go smoke now, when Jose eventually goes live, I won't be tired and I'll be able to get on the panel. Jose, when about are you going to go live? No pressure.
I say an hour, maybe a little before.
Oh, okay, cool. It's not that bad at all.
What's going on?
Jose is going to go live in a little bit.
Oh, I'm just gonna go live in about an hour or so.
Yeah, nothing serious or nothing. Sorry if we built it up or something.
Nope, I just didn't know what you were talking about.
Well, me and Jose were talking in Discord, and I was asking him, when you're gonna go live, like a few hours ago, thinking he was gonna eventually go live, and I didn't realize he meant like later. So I've like at least twice an hour now for the past 2 hours, I've been like, so when are you going live?
We got it. It's gonna happen.
It was kind of like an inside thing. No one really knew what was going on, but Q had to ask the questions. Okay, see.
I was busy reporting Google to Google.
To Google. I hope that works out for you, Q.
I have to report Google to Google for the fucktard word, fuckhead word.
Who do you report Google to? That's a good
Google.
question.
I'm reporting Google to Google.
But like, that's not ethically okay. Like, they can't police themselves. That's like they have a monopoly or something. That's not right. It's not right at all.
What, you want me to do? Call the cops?
Yes.
You need to get the cops on the phone and be like, Google's got swear words on it?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
And then dox yourself because Chris Berry rules.
Why?
I don't know. Apparently,
how does it even equate?
I do. Chris shows citations that don't equate with what he claims. He does it all day long. Why can't I?
Chris is spending hours trying to find my mugshot.
Oh, he's such a bitter guy. That is so weird. The funny part is, like, he wasn't even like the dumbass in that fucking upload. He got all butthurt.
Well, he's a little bit. They're all dumb in it, kind of.
Yeah,
Except for like George is just annoying.
But he was like, he wasn't the main stupid in that upload.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't the one who looked like an asshole.
No, you actually portrayed him pretty damn well.
He's probably just mad because in the one scene, he's giggling the whole time, right?
Yeah, that's
He
probably.
keeps putting his foot in front of his mouth and giggling after everything he says.
Yeah, he does. He likes to be taken seriously. I don't know how. I mean.
Yeah, but he giggles all the time.
Yeah, but the thing is, we did a.
He really giggles. I mean, I couldn't make the dog just giggle randomly. He had to be giggling.
Maybe you just caught a good giggle.
No, he always giggles all the time. That's why I think he's a troll, dude. He's just trolling people to get people upset.
I think so. Except
for today, I feel like today was like his one actual sincere attempt and totally failed.
He failed fucking miserably.
But I mean, like when he comes in here and asks us what color fucking water is and then says this bunch of stupid shit and giggles the whole time. I mean, come on.
Yeah, definitely at that point I definitely got to realize it. Yeah, but it was just bad because it was like, hey Chris, how about you stop sharing these sources that you're not reading? I got another one.
He argued with us about what cherry picking means.
After he cherry picked the shit, he cherry picked his cherry pick argument.
He did.
I'll tell you, it was
He's like, no, I'm not suppressing any information.
Hey, but Chris, you missed this whole paragraph. So?
That's not the same as cherry picking.
It doesn't matter if I pick out what I want and leave out what I don't want you to hear, Sean. I'm not cherry picking.
It's like, okay, Sean, let's cherry pick one sentence, okay? The sentence says, do not drink bleach, okay? I'm going to cherry pick the sentence. Wait, what do you think could happen?
Someone's going to drink some bleach?
That's what I think.
Yeah, me too. And again, I like it because I know everyone already knows it, but new people don't know it. And when they hear that shit, they're going to go, oh, that is definitely not someone I should ask for what the fuck is going on advice. Nope.
No, even if you did, I mean, he'd tell you so much mumbo jumbo, you'd be like, what the fuck did this dude just say?
Yeah, it's like
Ask him one day, Sean. Ask him something. I
I wanna-
dare you. I dare you to comprehend anything he says.
I don't want
Then
to.
if you can do that, we'll move up to Lemon Bird.
Oh, I'm not ready for Lemon Bird. That's for damn sure. I'm not ready. But I was gonna say, Chris Berry, he's like, so Travis is taking on the whole like, I'm a debater, Nathan Thompson thing. Chris was like QE, and now he's moving to be like more like a Lemon Bird. You notice that today? If I can get 15 things in, then I got to say everything I got to say. He gets through like 8 of them, and then he gets cut off, and he's like, "You don't even let me talk." So
My
like,
favorite part.
I come
My
on your
favorite.
panels, and everyone censors me, and they don't let me say things are all hoaxes, and they hold me accountable. I mean, I showed them sources, and yeah, I read the first sentence in the title, so it looked good. So yeah, it's a source.
Yay. Yay for strawberry filled Twinkies. My favorite part was when he brought up that source and he only read the top and then he didn't read the middle. Then Barney or somebody pointed out the middle and then it was red. And then he said, okay, that source isn't good. How about this one?
I swear to you, he had to
Take a second to let
Yeah.
something, settle in.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. So everyone in the chat, like you may have seen it going on back in the panel chat, but every time Chris would present something and we kept saying no, did you read that source? That was because Chris fucking shared like 8 sources. And not one of them said anything. he claimed they said. Not one of them. They'd say
Dude,
like
he
half
literally
a
said you
sentence.
can't trust any source from the government because the government lies, and then all the sources came from the government.
That first source from National Geographic was a NASA project.
And then the Clinton White House. I mean, it doesn't get any more government than that.
Here's the best part. I shared one link. That was it. All the links you saw were everything Chris kept sharing. And there was more that no one was willing to share anymore. That's when we kept saying no. That's because he kept sharing links. We just kept saying no because of that. It was he's getting worse and worse. And yeah, Travis is. Don't worry, Travis is on the deep end. I'm done even having fun with him. I don't even want to talk to him. Like in his little chats and make fun of him and shit. Yesterday it started off with I'm telling you right now. Yesterday the dude became a COVID denier. Yesterday, how do I know? He had a post. So I don't remember the name. What's it called? It's basically a mental health doctor that works in a prison. Is his source that COVID is a hoax?
Marvelous.
Yeah. So as far as I'm concerned, he's running the deep end, and
At least
I'm
it's not just empty hospitals.
yeah. Well, I'm not a doctor, so or a lifeguard. I mean, so I don't. I'm not gonna save him from the deep end of the pool. So he can fend for himself, and he should have stuck with the ether band. Maybe this means he understands the ether band is dead. I didn't think about that. He's moving on. Maybe we should be proud. Never mind. He'll fuck it
Yeah,
up.
maybe that's what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay. My phone died, and I was going back to Discord, and I was in Jose's channel earlier, 4 hours ago, and Slick James and Erebus were having a conversation about water, finding its own level and everything. Well, my phone came back on. I was in Discord. They're still having the conversation, still having, and I just didn't get it. I didn't get it. 4 hours of a chat war, and I thought I was reading the past.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't. And he, I guess, like I said, they got a little thing in the background of Skype, so they boycott. They come on these panels knowingly, and that's why Travis doesn't. I don't. I'm tired. I'm done thinking about it. I got cotton mouth. I'm hungry. I'm a little bit tired, and if I can nap for an hour before Jose streams, I'll be good to go. So I'm going to go ahead and get out of here because I think I'm like 45 minutes past what I wanted to leave earlier. Thank you guys. I'll talk to you guys in a little bit.
All right, take it easy.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yep. Barney, thank you for answering all the 1,000 questions.
Thank you for having me. It was fun.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks, Barney.
Montreal,
Thanks, Sean.
Always a pleasure having you on, my friend.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Barney. Barney, no disrespect, huh?
Absolutely
not at all. I
none.
wasn't questioning you. I was questioning the theories. You know that, bro.
Huh? That's fine. I cannot defend his theories. I can only defend myself.
Fair enough.
All right, you guys have a good one, and I'll come back in. I'm not really going anywhere. All right, people, that was fun. It was a really good stream. Again, I apologize for not streaming yesterday. I had some family issues arise, so that was definitely more important. But other than that, I'm back. I'm getting my little members thing ready. But I'm a real neat freak when it comes to like what it should be and all that stuff. So I'm not going to put it out until I feel comfortable with what I've come up with. I'll probably end up doing a little video that has a little option to do a video, tell you everything what's going on. But it's going to be fun. I'll make it worth it. But other than that, I'm going to go ahead and get the fuck out of here. Again, like I said, I was very clear earlier. I don't like the whole one done argument, get the fuck out of here attitude a lot of people come onto these panels with. I get it. A lot of these people come on and they say the same stuff. You guys have heard it all 1,000 times. You've heard us say our answers 1,000 times. I know. But again, it helps people learn. People that don't understand this topic gets to hear both sides. And even when it's one side is completely ridiculous, the hope is that they realize it's completely ridiculous. And again, there are new people listening all the time. So you guys got to keep that in mind when we're talking to flat earthers or deniers in general. And like Crow was trying to say in that video, and I say all the time, it's about the evidence. There is no such thing as a flat earther. There are only globe deniers.
Fear. The spectacle of fearsome acts. Somebody steals from me, I cut off his hands. He offends me, I cut out his tongue. He rises against me, I cut off his head, stick it on a pike. Raise it high up so all in the streets can see. That's what preserves the order of things. Fear.
Telling beads.